Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody!
It's been a while. It's been a very long while. We've been away, but now we're back. And we
Yeah.
want to play games.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Hope
Yeah.
you haven't missed us too much. But I hope you have missed us to some degree.
What do you mean, what the fuck, Odie? I don't see anything wrong here.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine,
Yeah,
right?
everything's normal.
I gotta take those off so I can actually see properly.
A rookie mistake.
Welcome. We are the Stormy Dragon Tavern, and we are playing the Trials of Xel'nari, which is a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition adventure that we have homebrewed. It's been some time. We have decided poor Mug is going to do our recap via GIFs.
Can I
So
just say,
for those of you
you
who
can
don't
see
know,
the reflection of my computer screen in my sunglasses.
we can see if you're looking at porn.
Oh shit, I better close it. No, here, can you see the reflection of what I've been working on?
A little bit.
Barely.
Okay.
So, for those of you who don't know, we have a Discord, which I hope Alice is about to link for you all now.
Am I?
Or Oddie can.
I'm
Oddie's not playing yet, so Oddie
definitely getting the link.
There is no war in Basing Say.
can. Thank you, Echo.
It did not work.
It did not work. Yes,
It
that's right, the
doesn't.
link
It doesn't
work.
work because the link's broken anyway.
But we have a Discord, and in our Discord we have our recap of memes. It is a collection of GIFs and pictures of stupid stuff that happens, or things that happen throughout our game, and then each week we try to recap going off just what the GIFs are to see if we can actually tell what happened last session. It's normally terrible. We normally don't get anywhere, but sometimes we do get some key features that we can remember. It's been a while, so this one's planning to be hilarious.
I made mistakes.
Now, Mug has said that he has one caveat that he will put forward. We don't know what that is yet, so we're concerned.
So, with all these things trying to do the recaps, there's a shifting, swinging sort of percentage chance of being right or wrong. So with this one being a higher percent chance of being wrong, I've decided to push that all the way to 100% chance of being wrong. So I'm only giving wrong answers. If I accidentally stumble on the truth, I will have failed in my mission.
Oh, God.
If you misremember something, this could work out.
Yeah. Oh, and trust me, if what I say is actually what happened, we've got bigger problems.
As long as it's still in context of the game, I'm all down for this.
Yeah.
The worst thing is that with our group, it could be the truth.
Yeah. All right, kick us off whenever you're ready.
So, I believe we are starting, as it normally does, with the regular So It Begins recap of the day. A bard enters the tavern, telling a story of yesteryear. As they're beginning their tale, you can see a glaze over their eyes as they go through the echoes of time back into a flashback. As they were a young lad stealing to survive, stealing the wheels off carts, one might say. They even stole the flag from a palace. It was a flag from a dwarven palace. I'm just scrolling as I go through. However, they did have a deep-seated hatred of thieves, and they were remorseful about what they had become. Back to the positive time. The drunk bard has had their head shoved down into a water well and are trying to speak. And they really like outdoor patios. Which, as you can imagine, causes great concern. So the rest of the people there are facing dire circumstances in this town, and so they really believe that they need explosives of some kind. The more, the better. They have a problem which is big, and they want to make it into small problems, as most self-help books do. Unfortunately, they misinterpreted that as how you make something big into small is with explosives. So they're trying to literally break down the problem. Yes, and their quality assurance for the explosives is there. Now,
You've just looked at what the next one is.
that's the one I posted. I know what that one's in reference to, but you see, while the explosive wasn't improvised, the method of delivery had to be adapted and improved upon at the time. But of course, you can only do such things with the agreement of all parties. The two people selected for the mission were, let's just say they were lovely roommates. They did a lot of activities together. They spent a lot of time together. They were very close friends. Consulting for the mission, they tried to get a crazy mystic from down at the markets to give them assistance. But the crazy mystic was trapped in an air tunnel and couldn't speak. So, moving forward in the story quite significantly, we're now in the 24th century. Apparently, it's all about Monica and Rita. There's some sort of dance craze, I'm not sure. And they're trying to get back. So they're trying to make some sort of deal with a devil daddy. As you do. Like, when you're in the future, you got to get back to the past. You got some explosives to deliver. It's an important thing. And they're negotiating this deal. There's secrets and all kinds of things involved. They need to get into a special suit to try and travel back through time to get back to medieval times. It involves an explosion of water sending them careening into the sky. The crowd is not really that excited about it that are watching. However, the person that's sending them back is very proud. They get too far back in time. So they go back to a dinosaur age where there's giant tortoise soy who are roaming the lands. And so they realize, oh no, they got to get out of there quick. So they jump onto a panther and find a dodo in distress and decide to just use the explosives to try and blow them back to the present. I think that's pretty close.
That whole
It's what
description
the
gave me
gifts
thoughts
say.
and feelings, and oh boy.
It's what the gifts say. That hurts me something chronic.
Oh, God.
So for an actual recap, I've got nothing.
Well,
Did we lose
Oh.
Glenn?
We were saying goodbyes, weren't we?
Yes, you were saying goodbyes. You would actually set out on your little makeshift raft, making your way down seas. We've lost to Kalan. Hopefully he'll be back.
He just looks slightly judgmental.
Mm-hmm. And drunk.
And not like Sassy
A,
Zoe.
a little bit of column B.
All of the above.
Yes, so you've set out on your little raft. You're going to be out at sea for some time, hoping to potentially run across a merchant vessel that might be able to pick you up and actually expedite the journey, but otherwise making your way east.
Downtown?
I'll bring up the world map for a moment.
Floating fast.
You hurt my soul.
We need someone to cast control water.
So you're hoping, I believe, the last thing that was communicated to us that we were making our way east to potentially go to the foothills of Thalai's homeland, where there is a Xel'nari outpost. And you were hoping to make contact there, and from there move onwards. Potentially up north, depending on what instructions came your way. But you are at sea. You have a lot of time, a lot of open seas, and not a lot of space to avoid awkward conversations that are inevitably going to creep their way up.
Mm.
So I'm looking forward to it, because it also makes my life a lot easier. I don't need to attempt to kill you with stuff.
Can we have a summary of
Oh, the background was
shit
blue
that-
before. Why isn't it blue anymore?
all the shit that we've done in the last 2 weeks of game time?
Yes, I can attempt to
So-
do that.
No, I honestly think the last 1 week of game time includes the Kraken, the whole Kalashtar mental enslavement, finding the sister, the sea battle,
Mhm.
It
and the
would
whole thing on the
be-
island is just over a week.
You spent several days building the raft,
Yep.
so it'd be about 2 weeks worth going back.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be about 2 weeks.
But
Yeah.
the Kalashtar was what, 10 hours? We finished that 10 hours before the island?
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
leaving
also
Clash Lands.
you also
Yeah.
technically don't know how long you were asleep for, between crashing your ship and waking up on the island.
Why?
We can sort that out. We can work that out nice and easy.
Mhm.
Just ask, what's her name?
Barda?
Xel'nari boss lady. I just had a mental
Barda.
blank.
Barda.
Barda.
Father.
Ask Barda. Has there been any night that you
But-
haven't been annoyed by Storm?
But Barda is not.
Barda
with
was
us.
also unconscious and washed up on the island as well.
I also thought Barda wasn't with us. I thought Barda stayed on the.
I thought she. I thought she got there on her own.
Yep, and I couldn't get in contact with her while she was on the island because the storm
Hmm.
prevented it.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Yep. That makes sense.
So not quite an accurate way of
Yep.
working out times.
It's okay.
She also did not make it to the island as safely as you would like as well, and so is a little bit of out of sorts of time in her own regard.
Is Barda? I thought Barda stayed with the Islanders. From what I
Yes,
remember.
she was going to. I just brought everyone on here in
Yeah.
case that you had convinced her to come, but you did not. So I will remember.
She's her own boss.
She fell
Yeah.
off the ship.
No. God.
And we never found Flip.
Pip.
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 We didn't find Flip either.
Pip flip. Flip the pip.
Do a pip flip.
Do a pip.
Me.
Is that like some kind of weird pit stop?
Potentially.
No, it's using a small child as a skateboard.
No, that's a kickflip.
Oh, that's concerning. On so many levels.
So,
Is there a way to change the background of this map, by the way?
Do you mean the area outside the grid?
Correct. It was
Possibly.
blue before, and now it's white, and it's blaringly bright.
I'm not sure actually. Let's have a look.
It was blue before. I don't know why it's not blue now.
Is that better?
Yes.
ooh, I like that.
Mm.
Ambiance.
Yeah, way better.
Ambiance. There we go.
Awesome.
Alright,
Thank you.
So, attempted quick recap of what's happened over the last few, possibly multiple, possibly less weeks, months time. Actually, I will bring us back over to the world map for that because it will make things a little bit easier to explain.
Thank you.
For any and all that aren't aware, we have had a month off from this game due to holidays and life and things. So, we're finally getting back into things.
So, the party had hired a crew from the small port village of Marion, which is down here in Namara, hoping to sail their way west, having seen the bright beam of energy but also hoping to make their way into Kalashtan territory to find Sam's sibling, who was missing somewhere within Kalashtan territories. They had a rough idea, due to some clues provided by some divination and dreamlike state. But we're not 100% sure that this was the location that Sam's sibling was. But it was their best bet at this current time, based on everything that they had seen. So they made their way west aboard their new vessel. Came across a kraken wild out at sea that was currently preying on another vessel. Due to some shenanigans, exploding a acid fireball within its skull and talking with it through telekinesis, realizing that it can speak primordial. They were able to avoid a direct conflict with it, but make a hasty escape. Their vessel taking a little bit of damage, but not too much, and make their way to the shores of the Kalashtan Empire down here. From there, they were told that they would have 24 hours to make their way to the village, find their sibling, and make it back, or the vessel would have to move on, as they were not exactly at peace with Kalashtar, but also not at war with them. Just
I thought it was 3 days, because there was no way we would have done that all in a single day.
oh, yeah, I think
No, we did. We genuinely
did,
did
yeah,
do it
you
all in
did.
a single day.
It was within 24 hours, and we made it by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
It was traumatic and terrifying, and we were in a rush. It took us 4 hours,
Yeah,
I think.
they
to
said
get
they may
from...
push it a few extra hours if needed.
Yeah, so
but
we
it would
had
be
like
24 hours.
from like mid-morning one day until the evening the next day, kind of was like where we pushed it out
Yeah.
to.
So they made their way for the Kalashtan territory, which is not necessarily hostile towards the Xel'nari, but definitely not very welcoming of them, having been in conflict with them for quite some time and only recently opening up into peace talks, of which the party is not aware if they were successful or not. They just know that the peace talks were happening. They eventually made their way into an elven city nestled away within the Kalashtan Empire, hidden away of sorts, where things were not really as they seemed. They were able to track down Sam's sibling, and the light bulb finally came on for everyone that Sam was not exactly Samuel. It was, in fact, Samantha. And that the sibling that they thought was Sam's sister that they were going to find was, in fact, Sam's brother, and it was the old switcheroo. They were able to rescue Sam's brother, but in the process of doing so, there was a bit of a chase throughout the city, in which Thalai...
I died.
Put it bluntly, all right. Thalai valiantly gave himself up, fighting to the last, in an attempt to help the party flee. Unbeknownst to him, he had a trinket with him that was gifted to him. This trinket allowed him to be resurrected. At the time, he was unaware of this, thinking that he had simply been knocked unconscious, perhaps, but not in a way that he had thought. He was taken to the dungeons of Alantalas, the elven city, where he was tortured and questioned by a member of the Kalashtan elite who was not exactly as she seemed either. Much like this place, there was a lot here that was not as it was meant to be. She went by the name of the Inquisitor, but when the party came in on a daring rescue attempt, revealed herself to be a demon of some sorts that was clearly in communication with some greater being. They were able to subdue her and rescue Thalai, but not before he had some kind of crystal magical device embedded within his chest that he has no memory of ever happening, as his memories were altered.
Yay.
Since then, the party made a daring escape and hightailed it as fast as they possibly could back to the shorelines, opting to go a bit further upshore so that they did not have to go into the main city, firing off a flare in hopes that Captain Pilvin would notice it and come to the rescue, of which he did. Unfortunately for them, the Kalashtians were hot on pursuit and sent out some of their own interceptor vessels. Coincidentally, coinciding with Halloween, things got a little bit spooky as another demon appeared on one of the boats, corrupting the members of the crew and turning them against the party. An interesting fight prevailed where a pyramid was summoned from the bottom of the ocean.
And an armoire appeared from the heavens.
An armoire, a magical armoire, appeared from the heavens, crushing one of the vessel's steering wheels.
Worth it.
We have done some absurdly ridiculous things
Very
this
absurd
campaign.
things.
That's why I said earlier, it's entirely probable. You know what? Everything that could happen is entirely probable.
Storm, seeing that things were not really going very well and being a bit worried, made a call out to her god, who answered in a
moment of
way that
desperation.
not even she could have expected. She wanted the favor of his winds, as he is a god of air.
Well, and the storm.
The storm definitely arrived, but not in the way that she had expected, crashing down upon her vessel and that of the enemy as well, tearing apart their ships before knocking everyone overboard, where they awoke sometime later upon a tropical beach shore.
Much to my
which
character's great dismay.
Yes, split up the party was. Storm immediately recognized the location, and some of the others were able to quickly deduce where it could potentially be. The Sams, as they have now been dubbed, run into some of the local wildlife and decided to promptly become some of the local wildlife, as both of them are druids. Thankfully for them, that meant meeting the local inhabitants of the island, who are a little bit xenophobic, was not quite as bad as it could have been expected. They did attempt. I'll drag us over to the island. They did attempt to enter the inner depths of the mountain where there was a temple. Unfortunately, setting off an alarm of sorts and being hunted down. Using their magical bag of beans yet again to summon a statue of Sam that screamed out profanities at him, at her, sorry, and immediately told the enemy where she was at all times. Thankfully, however, Common was not well known amongst the inhabitants of the island, and so she was more confused at some statue sprouting out and screaming at her, rather than giving chase. She did eventually dive into the forest, giving chase to them, where Sam was able to produce 2 Komodo dragons, some of the local inhabitants, which, seeing as the islanders had never seen magic before, this was something strange and new to them, and scared her enough to allow them to flee. The party eventually did regroup in a small cave that they had found, where they plotted their next few actions. Uh, Eventually, having to go forth and speak with the monks of the temple. Well, actually, no, sorry, you didn't. You were going to go forth, but
They found
Subtle
us.
made the decision for you, where he went out during the night to get the monks, where they cornered you in the cave, and you were forced to reveal yourselves, where they dragged you slightly less willingly to the temple, where Thalia would face a
Not
trial to
without
see if
significant kicking and screaming, I might add.
where Thalia would face a trial to prove their worthiness, where he was raised up upon a very, very small platform that was uneven and unsturdy, up in the center of a cave with blistering winds cutting at him. But something more was within the winds, a certain kind of magic within the winds that allowed him to relive a few memories of his past, not necessarily some good ones.
It's fine. It's fine.
A true test of his
Unresolved trauma
being.
is fine.
A true test of his being, which he proved himself worthy. I don't know necessarily if it was just to the islanders or to himself, but worthy nonetheless. Where the monks decided that perhaps these people were worthy and not to be slain on sight. But still, Storm had been requested to go speak with Atua, her god, and he would make the final decision on whether or not these outsiders would be permitted to leave or forced to stay in order to keep secrecy of the island. Storm made her way down to speak with her god, only to find that things were not, again, not as it seemed. His power had been significantly subdued, and another of these demon-like creatures that they had been fighting made itself present and seemed to have been sapping away its power. Storm was able to overcome them by tossing them into the very being of her god, tearing it to pieces by the raging storm of the body of the god. After some interesting conversation, it was revealed that Atua is in fact Storm's daddy.
Dearest.
Daddy.
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 Many
Daddy.
a meme was made,
Father, sir.
many a joke, and it will probably continue to be done so. Um,
I'm sorry.
but he
who's
was
your daddy?
restored. But Atua basically gave Storm an ultimatum. He said that he would be ascending to full godhood, as he was only a demigod at this current point in time. And she would have a decision to make, as when he left, he could either leave his power, a portion of his power behind to protect the island and keep it isolated from the rest of the world, or he could bestow upon her a portion of his power, which would unfortunately remove the storm, revealing the island to the rest of the world, and allowing her people to integrate with society, as it had been proven that clearly the protection was not 100%, as some think had managed to wheedle its way inside. Storm, never wanting to take full responsibility for anything, decided that it would be
Wow.
voted upon.
Rude, but rude.
Voted upon by the village themselves, and so it was decided that
Hey, Ads.
Hey.
Audie would finally join us. Welcome.
Hi.
It was decided that information of the outside world and of the party would be announced to the village, which were completely and utterly in the dark of them at this current point in time. And a decision would be made.
Dick.
Yep.
Due to the merits of how the party had interacted, the village has made the decision that they will go forth into the outside world and integrate with society. A great party happened where all were invited, where they partook in some interesting substances, alcoholic substances. Point out, not drugs. In which they entered a dreamlike state. In some regards, in an individual form, and in some regards, all together, sharing the same dreamlike body, but being able to move it about by themselves. They are not really sure if it was a vision of the past or a warning of the future, but it seems that it is indeed possible that the ancient enemy of the Xel'nari may be attempting to resurrect within the world, to crush out all existence. After awaking from this terrible dream, the party have agreed that they can wait on the island no longer, and so set forth with crafting a raft, extracting some minerals so that they can extort the inhabitants and their resources.
Wow,
Wait.
rude, but so
Hey.
true.
Hey, we gave them the lion's share of all those resources. Thank you very much.
You did. And then we are at where we're at now, where the party has set out on their raft. It is seaworthy enough.
It's doing its job.
It's doing its job.
But don't push it.
Where they are heading a bit northeasterly, attempting to make landfall at the foothills of Thalai's mountain home, and hopefully make contact with the Xel'nari outpost. And that is where we're up to so far. I hopefully didn't miss anything, but it has been a while. I probably have. If not, you're more than welcome to watch the recap videos. You've got them all there.
I mean, I missed everything because I had to disappear.
It's okay.
Can I get a recap?
Banana.
Oh,
Rocks fell and everyone died.
I can try another line of bullshit, but it's going to take some
No!
creativity.
Alright.
So the other half has now departed. So
Yeah.
now you got to deal with me.
May I,
Yay! We love you, Oddy.
may I begin our shenanigans with a bit of a warm up, as it were?
Sure.
So once a day during our journey, Kovac is going to try and make sure that the team are properly equipped to function as a team. And so once a day she'll expend a 4th level slot to cast Fly on herself and somebody else in the party, and basically give them all a crash course of how to move themselves while they're under the effect of the
Not
spell.
the right term to use. I mean, it's accurate, but it's not the right term to use.
There's
fine,
definitely
don't worry
going to
about
be
it.
some crashing.
Yeah, so,
And as stated, every time you have mentioned it, the lie is refusing.
well, here's the thing. Kovac would have said, who wants to go first?
Well, after the second time that Thalai refuses, you just hear, "You're not afraid of heights, are you?"
No. But if we were meant to fly, we would have wings.
If you were meant to be tough, you wouldn't wear armor.
I am tough outside.
If you were
my
meant to
armor.
work metal, you wouldn't use a hammer. You'd have fists that are strong enough.
There is a difference between learning a skill, using tools, than breaking the natural law and ascending into the air.
Oh, breaking natural laws are a problem, is it? How is it that you get big again?
That sentence in that context.
During that bit, Sam just turns into a
Racial
cat and
heritage.
rubs up against the lie, just like, yeah.
Racial heritage.
Thalai, I have learned a skill, and I am using tools. I have learned to manipulate the weave of magic that surrounds us all. I use this wand. It is my tool. It allows me to shape it into forms that best
Not
suit my
for
needs.
me. You are all welcome to it. Not for me.
Honestly, I don't fully understand your apprehension. Behold, I will cast fly on myself, and I will just I will just walk off the edge of the raft, and as soon as the boat ends, I just maintain my altitude and keep walking. But I'm moving forward at a rate of 60 feet, and once I'm like 30 feet out, I just begin to orbit the raft, and I'm just announcing, "You don't even have to go high up, but look at how fast I'm moving. This would be wonderful in a fight."
How far away from leveling to the next level, by the way? Because the reason I ask is because then I can learn how to fly myself. And I'm wondering, like,
I think we only
training.
just leveled up like not too long
Yeah,
ago, so I would say a
yeah.
while.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah,
We
valid,
did
valid,
just
valid.
level.
Trying to
Good
I
for
thought
you!
I'd taken one level in a row.
Not for me.
Why not?
I don't want to.
Why?
Do I question why you don't want to lift heavy weights? Or swing big pieces of metal, in your words?
We'll get back to that later.
Storm just casts levitate on the lie.
I will not accept, and I would like to resist.
No problems. Actually,
So what do I need to pass?
I... Oh, have we recovered all our points of exhaustion, by the way?
Yes, you would have had time to recover your points of exhaustion.
Okay, let me just... Okay.
Let me have my long rest then.
It is a Constitution 14. It's not a hard one to save from.
Well, thank...
I was gonna say, if you fucking fail this,
I know, I would have been laughing. No, I just passed.
Oh!
I just beat the threshold.
oh wow.
Hang on
I
a
want to use
second.
my lucky feat to make you re-roll that. I don't have
Hang
one.
I rolled a
hang on.
5 plus 9 equals 14.
Damn.
Beats
hang
it,
on.
beats it.
You only just beat it. That's hilarious.
I would argue it's because the lie wasn't expecting it.
Quickly cast Bane.
After doing a few laps, Kovac will touch back down.
You know, by the way, you can probably tell that I've cast a spell on you.
Oh, I know. And I know exactly what it is because you've done it so many times.
To you, no, she hasn't. She's never cast it
Not
on
to
you
me,
before.
but I know what it is because we were talking about him. I have enough insight to put 2 and 2 together.
Fair enough. She still tries to look innocently in the other direction, and
I
tail
just-
flipping and like.
If looks could kill, Storm would be a big smear on the boat right now.
While that's going on, you hear behind you the starting some musical, playing the lute a little bit, and Mug spontaneously created a short poem,
Oh.
a little limerick.
Hmm.
There was a man named Thalai who stubbornly refused to fly. He knew it would work, but acted like a jerk. One day we'll know why.
Fantastic.
The lie actually does chuckle at that. That's pretty funny.
Well, Thalai, your continued resistance defies all logic presented by myself and others, but you are profoundly stubborn, so I see that continuing to push the issue at this time would be a waste of the collective efforts of all present. So, who else wants to have a go?
I will do it! Can I do it?
Okay.
I want to do it!
Yes,
You can already fly.
she can levitate.
I can levitate, I can up and down.
It's a halfway point. It's a
I
halfway
can,
This is-
I
point.
can swim
this
from the
is-
spot.
This
And
is so
baby's
much
first
better.
flight. Mug has already tried this with you when we were
Yes.
speaking to the Great Turtle,
Yes.
to get to the Great Turtle.
So I'll go, okay. And I just hit you with the with the spell.
Okay, and she immediately just jumps as high as she can. Just jumps.
You would probably like rocket up about 30 feet.
Yeah. And then she just waits. And
Are we,
goes, oh, this is so cool!
Now try and move laterally.
suspecting
to
just
side.
to see, you know, you see cats just doing the whole like just the tumbling like this. Like,
Just for the meme, I'm going to use minor illusion to have a rainbow come out from behind.
she shits rainbows.
She
It's
will
canon
eventually.
now.
She will eventually get the hang of it because levitate's the same thing. You have to focus on where you want to go, but it's only up and down. So at first she starts swimming through the air, like trying to, like physically make herself move, and then
No,
she
ironically,
eventually,
dog paddling.
and then eventually she gets the whole mental idea, and it transitions across in her brain, and she'll just start. You know, doing laps, and as she gets a hang of it, she just like harasses you all.
Well, as you are doing flybys, Kovac will blast portions of the water with a ray of frost and like create a thin frozen disc, and will then pick them up and toss them into the air for you to like hit or punch or kick as you're flying past.
And she happily will, and she'll just like, oh yeah, whoa, another one, and she is very all for it. She is loving this.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
So that takes 10 minutes because that's how long the spell lasts for.
And she will enjoy every 10 minutes of it, and eventually when it wears out, she's still up in the air, and she's like, oh no! And then falls plonk straight back to the thing, but she has her monk thing where she can land, so she's fine.
How's the boat though?
I think like the boat's going to survive.
It does a big
her.
rock
She's
and whatnot, but
not
it'd be
particularly heavy. It's been well ballasted.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but if it can stand up to Thalai stomping around, it's probably going to be okay.
It's something like that,
Also,
yeah. And if
as-
anything,
fine. Okay.
you first.
I was gonna say, as an edge genasi, I'm also lighter than average.
Good point. So yes.
Plus, if in doubt, if anyone's too heavy for at least 10 minutes, we can alleviate the weight by tying a rope to them, casting levitate, and just carrying them behind like a little sail.
Like a little
Um,
red balloon.
Yeah, if
so-
it does assist, I have taken control water, by the way.
That
Very
would
nice.
Be
How
pretty
long
handy.
does that last?
Good question. I took it. Didn't pay attention to any other details other than there's a spell. It's 10 minutes, but it can give us a little boost if anything comes.
Yeah, for sure.
Water breathing every day, of course, we'll be casting that on us just in case someone wants to fall out because they are flying and they're not paying attention to the spell end duration.
In between everyone getting flying lessons, Storm is also just like swimming around because she can.
Makes sense. I also have
I-
polymorph.
Yeah, me too. It's great.
It's great.
We
So
both got polymorph. Great.
Uh,
Prepare all the dinosaur stats.
I don't know what dinosaurs look like.
Ash,
Don't
aren't
say
you happy I'm just a regular old marshal?
I-
Aren't you
yeah.
so happy?
it's fine.
The only shenanigans I get is that I enlarge myself. That's the only shenanigans you ever have to deal with.
If Thalai gets low, I'll turn him into a woolly mammoth. It'll be fun.
What? Kalani, not
Um,
the only simple character. Like, Mug's nice and simple. He's just like a really sociable, talky guy with a kind of predisposition for overthrowing governments. How can that cause drama for a DM?
Yeah.
I
Not
have
possible,
also,
not at all.
I have also just for assistance taken speak with animals. I'm assuming that lets me talk with fish.
Nope, nope.
Yes, they are animals. Yes.
Yeah. So if we ever come across like big schools of them or something like that, then just to get a bit of information about the area. Or if they're like, oh, they are hurriedly moving in a direction. What's up? Big thing! Uh-oh.
Kovac was able to talk to a fish, technically.
I was able to talk to a fish technically.
What we? Is that, do you
This
mean
one,
the
the
turtle
fish
dragon?
talked back.
Speaking of which, something that that Kovac would also be doing daily is using Speak with Dad.
Okay. So you're
So-
carrying around a fish corpse to use?
Well, the next time I cast it, I'm gonna see if I need an actual targeted vessel. I'm just gonna cast it out into the universe and see if that makes a difference.
Unfortunately, yes. You find that you will need a vessel.
It's
Okay.
doing this on purpose.
Oh.
It's doing this on purpose.
Why
Kovac,
not a carved coconut?
does the vessel have to be living? Cast it on Thalai. With consent.
With consent, of course.
With consent.
The following day, I will try and cast it on Mug.
Yes, yet again, unsuccessfully.
Has to be dead. Okay.
Hmm.
So
This vessel is far too full of other shenanigans.
mhm. I'll probably like the following day. I will dive in the water, look for a fish, any fish. I'll
Kill it.
I'll kill it. I have powerful magics, and I can breathe underwater. So
I was going to say I have
Little
been
fish.
trailing a fishing rod, so I probably have a couple of fish here or there you'd be able to use.
Whereas
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I was picturing Kovac like casting a fireball underwater, which has ice damage, a cold damage, and it just turns into this huge ice cube full of dead fish that sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Because high intelligence, average wisdom.
depth charge. So
It's not the worst thing we've heard.
No.
After the first few days of ironing out the kinks, and with consent from Thalai, I will every day have a 1-minute conversation with my dad to converse and get as much information as I can. We don't have to actually like full on play it out because I'll be sharing most of the information with the party. So the first minute would be being polite and trying to figure out when is the best time to consistently speak with him during his day. Once that's set, I will say, so tell me about the giant column of light, please.
Of that, he would be at first hesitant to give an answer, but when pressed, he would admit that not much is known about it, and so he was not willing to give speculation, as that is not his. It's not really the Videlkin way to just work off speculation. They prefer hard facts. And he is no different to this, especially being a man in a political position. So he will state that there is no solid evidence or information provided just yet. An envoy has been dispatched to the Xel'nari in hopes of receiving any information that they may have in regards to it, but the envoy has not returned just yet. Vessels have been dispatched to the location of the first beam of light. They are due to return within the month, hopefully.
Heck yeah.
But the speculation going around is that there are doomsayers on the streets calling it the end of times. There are people saying that the Xel'nari have been hoarding away magic for themselves and are testing some kind of incredible new power. But of all the different things, there's also shades of different nations attempting different things as well. Tensions on the border of the Kalashtan Empire has raised as it was kind of close to them, the original one, but since the second beam of light, that has been fairly quickly quelled, as it was nowhere near the Colestan border. So they don't really have any solid evidence of what exactly is going on.
No, but it's good to have an understanding of the perception surrounding it, especially if we're going to end up traveling to Tanzanite. Okay.
So after the first day, if it's obvious that you're speaking to your dad, even though it would probably give you privacy to do the talking, if it's obvious that's what you are doing, Mug will come over and say, it might be worth getting your father to contact the Navy and explain that the stories of Captain Pilvin's demise have been grossly exaggerated.
I have already informed him of this. Though, you make an interesting point, and so with that in mind, once she's received all of this, at the beginning of the next correspondence, she will give her best estimation of coordinates for where she believes Pilvin's ship to have sunk, and inform Pilvin that a gift to the Queen was aboard, and suggests that a vessel be dispatched to retrieve it.
We already had informed that, hadn't we?
I don't think I got around to that part.
No, I did a sending to your dad. Remember, way back?
I think the sending was telling him that we had it. We haven't told him that it's been sunk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So inform him of that too, and then how many? I would use what's left for a conversation that I'll have later in the session.
Through your talks with your father, you can work out that you have roughly lost about anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks of time since you first left the Colestan territory. He informs you that they had been expecting you to arrive a few weeks ago, and so had sent out a ship in search of Pilvin's vessel since then. Judging by what he said, you believe that you have been a little bit unfortunate in that the vessel has already made its way past south of where you are currently, and so you would not be able to intercept that vessel, but it is already on its way down. And so with your conversations, he is able to organize a messenger hawk to fly out to the vessel, hopefully catching up with it in time to inform him of where the gift has sunken, and attempt to hopefully recover it, as that ship is already equipped with diving equipment in hopeful attempts of finding out what had happened to your vessel.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I am done for now, but I have a few things I'd like to do, but I'd rather not just do all me, and then nothing. So
That's fair. That's fair. I know there were some awkward conversations that people wanted to have at some point.
Yep, I did, but it did involve Kovac, so if other people want to go first, I'm happy to wait.
Or Mug actually wanted to have a chat with Kovac while the others were around.
Oh no! Everyone wants Kovac.
No, sorry, no. Not Kovac, Thalai.
Oh,
right.
Sorry, yeah.
Very different.
Yes.
Causing the polar opposites of
we
people.
can, yeah. Skip over Kovac, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Thalai. So, probably while we're sort of organising food, Mug will sort of come up and just sort of go, so I know I've asked this before, but is this what being Xel'nari is about? The stuff that's been happening has been... Like I said it before, if I tell this tale, people won't believe me. I would have to downplay the story for people to think it's exaggerated. How do you operate like this?
Well, before a lot that's happened, I would say. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Did you have a lesson on what to do if you die? Because, like, you died, right, didn't you? I know you mentioned it in passing, but did that actually happen?
Barda doesn't think I died, but
Do you think you died?
on the one hand, I'm still here. So,
Mm.
true death? I don't know. Maybe a taste of death? Perhaps. I don't know. Whatever I had, it was definitely more than mere unconsciousness.
Well, being alive and being dead are both temporary. The world would possibly be a better place if more people understood that. Neither has to be permanent.
I don't know.
Do you
Life-
think that...
Well, life is temporary. There's no denying that. But to think of it in just simple terms as that, it's too easy to think life's not worth living. Because if it ends, then what's the point?
Do you...
I think that's too simple of a way to look at it. And as for death, well, more people die and don't come back. So perhaps there is a saying that death is more permanent. But whether it's or not, I don't know.
You seem to have adjusted to things. I know it can throw people for a loop if they believe they've died. Are you okay with what's happened? Do you understand it? Have you processed it?
Well, what else can I do? What else can I do? but continue on.
Hmm? What happens if there's a crack in a bar of metal and you put it back into the forge?
Well, it depends on the metal, I guess. Some metals you can mend the crack, and the crack won't be there anymore. Some other metals you wouldn't want to reuse that. You'd have to reforge the whole thing, melt it down, and remake it.
Because if there's a crack and you're put into danger again, into more situations like this, it's not that I wouldn't trust you, but are you going to break?
Well,
You are literally forging ahead.
Where's the instant death button? Where's the instant we think we're good? We'd like to get off. Dies of death, I think.
I mean, I put myself forward at great risk with the trials back at the temple. I'd argue that there isn't a crack.
That was another hammer blow. Each one another hammer upon the steel. There was a thought I had. I could try and help you see whether you had died, and if something was going on that you may not have remembered. The discussion with that demon, if there's more things to be gained from that. If you are strong enough, I could try going through your memories and seeing if there's something there that can help you, can help us.
I mean, I remember everything. I lost consciousness on the streets and then woke up in the dungeons long being dragged towards where that demon was.
Hmm.
So I do remember everything that happened to me since.
You may have been a little bit distracted with the whole fighting for your life thing. There may have been something that was said in the background while she was... Because she talked to you for a while, didn't she?
Between the beatings and the stabbings and the lashings and all the other things, sure.
We saw the dried blood. Was that worse than the dying?
I give myself satisfaction that I did not break.
Hmm?
That I denied her, and in the end I killed her.
Mhm. There is something to be said for those that have taken a beating and feel proud for doing so. It's not a good way to live.
But it's my choice in the way that I live, and in that I am free.
But you did not choose to take such violence upon you.
I did choose to continue being Xel'nari. I could have refused the call,
Hmm?
refused what I was told to do. I would have betrayed everything that I am if I did so, but nonetheless, that choice lied with me. And from that choice I made, everything has happened since. But it still stems down to that choice that I chose.
Mm. You definitely have the agency, the control. What I've seen is that those that have dealt with violence but haven't dealt with the effects of it often get angry. The lack of processing it causes harm. Harm to them turned inwards, harm to others turned outwards. There's you showed signs of anger issues earlier. And Mug is very delicately trying to sort of phrase that.
Are you referring to slaving scum and that I killed them, so we thus were not betrayed in our pursuit? Is that the incident you're referring of?
Yes, you had a choice, and the choice that you made there was to
Eliminate a threat.
to kill people, to kill unarmed people.
To kill people who trade in the lives of others.
To kill
People
people
who-
you didn't consider people. They were, while they were bad people, that does not make them less. It makes them different.
I treated them merely how they treat others.
Hmm.
They treat
Oh.
others.
I understand the irony. Destroyed by that which it hates. If you find yourself too quick to inflict the violence on others that you have received, perhaps look out for ways to deal with what has happened, to process it. I can't shake the feeling that there's I can't put my finger on it, but there's something, this feeling I'm getting from you that there's something festering within you. There's just this itch in the back of my mind that something is wrong, that I need to try and help. I don't know what
Fine.
it is. I don't know how to help. I'm standing here trying to see if there's something that you need
I am
that
fine.
we can provide.
I am fine.
Well, I hope that your soul is steel that rings true upon the anvil. Let the hammers of the world shape you, sharpen you. Create a weapon of beauty, elegance, and grace, to be wielded by a hand of justice in the pursuit of something worthy. Time for lunch.
That's
And
so
Mug
classically Mug.
just wanders off to like find something else. Oh, he'll pick up a fish, turn to Kovac and go, "You finished talking to this one?" Cool. It's the biggest. It looks
The,
tasty.
the daddy issue fish has been dealt with.
Mmm. Daddy issues go well with garlic.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
God.
Lovely if you saute.
Okay.
Therapy time over.
Yes. That was deep.
Mm.
So, did other people have plans of doing stuff?
Storms are
Oh.
all relatively self-involved.
I
Are
said,
Same.
oh, what am I
Nothing
gonna-
like major, just like occasionally talk to fish, see what kind of is the happenings. But like, I don't know, every now and then also asking fish, or any creatures that kind of come around, if they feel anything different within the waters. Because of course now the giant sea turtle dragon, whatever the fuck it was, is now moving. That storm's gone, so I don't know if that's changed things in the ecosystem. The big zhoosh, or if they've spotted anything interesting nearby, so to speak. Like, yeah, can we just stop here? So we're gonna do a little bit of diving.
The few fish you do manage to speak with,
Before
Well,
COVID
see-
gets to them, yeah.
before Kovic gets to them, or Thalai's fishing rod gets to them. It's gonna be awkward for
Every
you.
time they catch
I
one of
had
them
a
afterwards, I'm like,
conversation with this one.
No, you just
yeah. Every time they go, it's like, I just making friends. This is why I can't have friends, guys. This is why I can't have friends other than you. You kill them.
you dunk your head into the water and goes, "Who wants to be a telephone?" One of the fish goes, "What's a telephone?" And you'll go, "You'll do." Yoink.
Because I am also I'm casting breathe underwater and then speak with animals. So maybe I can. I don't know if that then works telepathic. I fuck knows how this is working.
The few fish you do manage to speak with before they come a meal, they share the same kind of sentiment that things seem weird in the ocean lately, ever since there was a great boiling.
Yeah. The first
Since-
boiling or the second boiling? Because there's been two.
Yeah, so since the second, there has been great panic. A lot of fish have started their migratory paths at the wrong times. Some fleeing, some thinking that the warmer waters were a call of changes of season, and so
It's preservation. It's a thing. Yeah.
yeah. So the ocean at the moment is in chaos, and you're not sure, based on what you get from them, if there is a way or if it will return to normal, either anytime soon or ever.
It's one of those things that you suddenly introduce something into a new climate, or like that one, like you frog from one species all the way over to like say Australia, and then that thing breed off, and then suddenly the ecosystem is fucked because we've added in something that's not supposed to be there, and it's put everything out of whack.
Which
Saint
suddenly
toads?
puts into perspective for
Yeah,
you.
that's what I was thinking.
Suddenly puts into perspective for you the fact that the Kraken was spotted so close to shore. It's something that would not normally have happened. For it to just suddenly attack vessels as well also not normally something that happened. It
Yeah.
did have young with it, so it was protecting its young, but it was most likely probably scared out or shaken out of its lair due to what happened. So yes,
Yeah.
the ocean is in a bit of turmoil at the moment.
And we know that with both of these pillars of light, they didn't happen in the same place, did they?
Correct. Very different parts of the area.
Yeah, because I think we know that's when I think so. As someone mentioned to us, with each of these items that is found, the seal, so to speak, if the seal's broken, then different locations and different things it causes. Cool. Yeah, the first time I learned any of this, I lift my head out of the water and touch it like, I feel a disturbance in the water. And then I relay that information to Kovac, to everyone in general, but mostly obviously Kovac will want to, in case they wanted to relay that to their, especially to their father, especially considering your civilization is underwater.
It's not. We're partially amphibious, so
Oh,
we
I
can.
thought it was a mostly underwater situation.
We are a coastal city, so
Oh yeah,
There-
so
the impact would be felt in terms of food imports, because if coastal fishing villages aren't getting their normal hauls,
yeah. I'll let you
Then-
know, because obviously knowing that obviously their catches and things will be different. You might already know that information from speaking to your father. Just extra bits to relay, and then I just go, nah, there's no good diving today. Nah, there's nothing here. No, nothing fun down this way. No new ships. Also, yeah, every now and then it'll be like, any new ships or any new interesting things that have happened recently in the area. But obviously if the fish are mostly scared and dashing here and there, they might not notice. It's just on the off
Yeah.
chance, like the other ship that went out to look for the original ship. Oh yeah, it's here, by the way, under the water, or there's a new Xel'nari ship, or that if you kind of get what I'm meaning.
You more get the idea that they don't really pay much attention to or care for the vessels or which way they're going or anything like that. So they're not really a good source of information for you for that.
That's fine.
so these fish don't go, it's a butt.
None of them want to touch the butt.
No, I do not want to touch the butt.
Every now and then, I also might turn myself into a fish and just have a swim, a lap around, so I'm stretching my sea legs,
Mhm.
in quotations, just to get out and about.
Oot and a boot.
But outside of that, no, I definitely avoid Kovac when they're talking to their father. It's one of those like, yep, that's a good, happy relationship with a father. Don't know what that's about. No, not going near that.
Never
It's
seen
so
one of those
like
before.
it's so structured. I feel like the back and forth feels like somewhere between a debate and an interrogation, but both people are entirely okay with how it's going.
Yeah, but
It's
here's the
half
thing.
of
You
a
two,
good relationship. It's just lacking any form of emotion.
here's the thing. Your father is allowing you to talk back. There we go. That's the thing.
Mhm. You're like, oh, this relationship is healthier than mine with my father. That's scary.
And mostly anyone's is. I'll be perfectly real. Even Storm's with her newly acquainted father. That's probably like way more interaction. I did also prepare purify food and drink. So when you're making food, I'm casting that just to be on the safe side in case we get any puffer fish by accident or something. I don't know. Just to be plus salt water. If I purify the water, can we drink seawater?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll be able to.
Hey!
Ah.
So is that how
Yeah.
desalination plants are going to work in the future? It's just a bunch of just casting purify water.
Yeah.
So,
But-
so you're the one saying, "Oh no, it's fine. I'm just doing these small things." In reality, you're keeping everybody on this boat alive.
With Mug's
Much.
help. Mug's the cook. I'm just the one I'm prepping.
Storm's
Storm
technically the
wants to
cook.
Yeah.
Storm's the
Mug-
cook even. So whoever's cooking.
Mug just uses prestidigitation to flavor things because he's a dick.
No. Storm is
There we
actually
go.
the cook of the group. She's
That's
the one
right.
that
Sorry,
likes
it's been a
cooking.
while. But I'll be there just to
Wow.
purify the bits and pieces, so the
Wow.
water, if you want to cook with it, obviously it's not too salted and that kind of.
Yeah.
And then every now and then, if the wind and the sea waters get a bit choppy, control water. No, we stop that. Cool the vibes
Everything's
for 10
fine.
minutes.
Yeah.
I'm the micromanager. Ah, it's funny because I'm a halfling. I didn't even think about it until afterwards. But yeah,
Perfect.
I'm the micromanager.
Fantastic.
Did you want to have that conversation, Kalan?
Yes. So,
Okay.
at-
What time of day?
I would say this would be like in the evening, like both of us are on walk or something.
Yeah, okay.
This is something Kovac would, Thalia would try and find you alone.
Okay, so I'm off to one side of the boat, probably has taken off the slippers and I'm dangling feet in the water.
Kovac,
Yes,
have you got a moment?
I have several.
I'll just come and sit down. So remember back on the island we were having that conversation and then it got disrupted because of that pillar, that beam.
Not completely. Could you please refresh my memory?
We were just talking about things. It was very relaxed, very candid. Yeah. One thing I was going to get to you is that I died, Kovac. I don't know if you realize that. Mug seems to know it. Don't know who else does, but everything that happened in that elf city, I died.
Interesting.
I mean, I got better, clearly, but
Yes.
I love how awkward your characters are.
but with that came, I'm now realizing something.
Sorry.
Serious moment here, guys! No, he's gone!
He's dead!
That's what he's realized.
Oh no.
No,
Come back.
sorry. We laugh because we posted the exact same meme at the exact same time. I do apologize.
Oh god, I don't know what happened there. Sorry.
Oh, it wasn't us. Okay. We thought you just like, nah, I'm done.
So what happened is you got better.
You got it.
Yes.
There's music!
What is that?
There's me! There's a music option in Discord now with sound effects.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, that's going to be used for evil, not good.
Oh no.
Sorry.
I shall only use my powers to annoy.
This is fine. This is fine.
Oh god. Continue.
Yes.
If the lie is back.
Can you hear us?
Is
The
he
lie,
back?
Hello?
can you hear us?
Oh.
Clan?
Cooly dooly.
Oh, I hate this.
Y'all have discovered the soundboard. Oh god.
I was hoping it would last longer.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
You know we can add custom sounds to
not
that
sorry.
soundboard, right?
We can.
Oh no.
Oh, so we could clip part of the thing, extract the sound, put it on the soundboard, so we can just have whenever we want. We can have Zoe going, "Oh no!"
We most certainly can. The only thing is, I don't know what is available for unboosted servers.
We
that's all.
might need to force Kalan out.
Oh,
so
hang
that
on.
we can connect properly.
I had to do this for Mug last time.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I have something.
Where's my computer being ridiculous?
Is it here? Oh God, please be here. It's so perfect. It brings so much
Well,
joy to
while
my
we
life.
wait here, y'all can see what I'm working on.
I currently can't see anything because my entire
Oh,
computer's
little
decided to stop
sprite art.
working.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so cute!
There he is.
I'm so sorry.
It's all
So
right.
about that, I don't know what the.
It
frick-
happens.
Hey, it happens to the best of us, and by that I mean it happened to me.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. My internet just decided to be fucky. So sorry.
Yeah, I think mine's been the same.
That's annoying.
It could also just be Discord.
No, it was not Discord. My entire internet kaput itself.
Oh.
Yeah, no, mine's also my computer's. I don't know what it's doing, but I had to just crash down my entire internet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna close my internet and reopen it as well because it's not responding. That's a bit frustrating. Oh, well, at least Discord's going.
Yes.
So sorry, Twitch. I don't know what's happening, but at least I can continue on stream now. Where were we? I'm sorry.
You died.
I know the internet died. Oh right, that conversation. Yes. No. Apparently, Twitch does not want to work. It's telling me that I've run out of memory, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Close down all Chrome.
I did shut Chrome completely and redone. Okay.
You may need to just clear cache.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working now. I'll worry about that.
Things I say to people at work: clear cache.
All
It's fine.
Anyway, it seems to be working now, so I will now leave it be. All right. Yes, talking about how I died, but
Did he die again?
I think he died again.
Literally just as we got him back.
He spent too much time talking about the fact that it died instead of. You know. Oh god.
Also, while he's gone, can I just say he looks really good with like nice, and he looks like he's like really trimmed his face. I can say it now while he's not here, so he doesn't have to get awkward with a compliment.
It's a good look. It really is.
Hmm.
Well groomed.
Also, I need to steal that necklace, Zoe.
It changes. It changes color with temperature.
It's a mood one.
Yes, it's a mood.
Shiny.
I really like it. Also, I went to a spooky fair recently, and I got this.
Hmm.
It's
That's
really
cool.
nice.
That's really pretty.
Mhm.
And I got this.
We love the potion bottle.
And
Mhm.
one that has these. It's flipped, but yeah.
I can see it correctly.
Wholesome pride pins.
Hmm.
Make me happy. Mm.
Well, we might have to kick him again. By the way.
Okay.
Oh.
Perhaps while this is happening, Kovac can have a brief conversation with her father.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
This happens probably towards the end of her journey, and this one we can play out, but she'll ask for him to just like compartmentalize. So just like hit pause on the conversation at the minute mark and start back up as soon as the call begins. So there can be like a flow.
Mhm.
So it would be, Father, a question. Am I a bad person?
Bad person? No, no. I do not believe so. You have devoted yourself to a study of law.
I have been given reason to suspect that my passion and desire for the greater acquisition of power is a flaw that may be my undoing.
Well, define what you mean by power. We are one to seek knowledge. Knowledge can be seen as power.
Yes, that is the power of which I speak. My behavior in regard to the acquisition of resources and magical lore has been called into question by my peers, as apparently said behavior has been to their detriment potentially.
Well, knowledge should always be used for the betterment of all. As long as you are using it in such a manner, then I see no reason for it to be cause of concern or alarm.
What if I were in a position where I must choose between the acquisition of greater knowledge and the well-being of my peers?
I cannot fathom a situation where this would arise.
Say that it did.
You have put me in a bit of a predicament here. Normally I would say that putting the well-being of others ahead is always the highest calling, but the gathering of knowledge can also be seen as a higher calling, depending on the value of said knowledge. Could be used to bring the betterment of a greater number.
Hence my conundrum. I'm unsure of how to proceed from here.
You must weigh up the options and see which one is of greater value at the time.
Time is not always on my side.
This is always the truth. One thing I have learned from my time in the courts is that sometimes the ends may justify the means, but one should, of course, always strive as much as possible to adhere to the laws that govern us. And sometimes the value of knowledge, no matter how great it may be, the costs of which it has come to be, is not worth it.
I see. Thank you, Father.
Perhaps a great explanation of this would be, as you are aware, the outlawing of the study of necromancy.
Ah, yes.
Though some claim it could be used to great effect, and for the betterment of others, it is deemed that its knowledge was, and the sacrifices to be made for it, was far too great.
Yes. This is helpful. Gratitude, Father.
Good luck to you out there. The fish flops down.
Most absurd conversations.
Kovac needs this in her life right now.
Could you imagine Storm having a conversation like that?
You prayed to the sky and a giant turtle showed up.
Yes. Yes, it did. I don't see your point.
So the lie.
I was gonna say, shall we attempt to continue?
Please.
Third time's the charm.
Maybe? Maybe.
Wait, one moment. I have to get the remote control for Thalia's internet.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know what the fuck was going on. I just rebooted the entire thing, so hopefully it's
Fingers
done the
crossed.
trick.
Let's just go.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So, with my death
Yeah.
came the realization that. Sorry, I'm just pausing to make sure that I'm not disappearing again. No? Okay, good.
No, you're
good.
fine.
Good. Sorry, I'm on edge.
Pause for dramatic effect.
So, when I joined the Xel'nari, that is It was for life. It's not expected for me to retire, to go home. Anything like that. The irony of us, of course, now sailing close to my homeland is not lost on me, of course.
Indeed.
But I did die.
I see.
And by all rights, my oath is ended. And I'm free to make my own choices beyond just the oath. The
Very
obligation.
interesting.
And I don't know what to think beyond that.
Well, before you delve too deeply into this line of inquiry, do you wish to return home?
I mean, I can't see any reason what good it would do at this
Well
point.
then, if you have no desire to return, then I see no reason to squander your cognitive function pondering the ramifications.
It's not just that though. It's even if I don't have any desire to leave the Xel'nari, it's the knowledge that I have now, the freedom to choose to leave Xel'nari if I want to. It's like having a great foundation being taken from you. A reassurance. It's unsettling almost in a way.
What? So it was your oath to your people that was keeping you in these Xel'nari?
No, it's I don't know if you know, years and years and years ago, our clan was saved by the Xel'nari. And in
You have made me aware of this.
yeah, and as part of that gratitude, our clan made a promise that once a generation, the best and brightest of us would serve the Xel'nari to death. And no one's come back. In all those generations, all that time, no one has ever come back. They've all died in line of duty. We assume. Many we don't hear about ever again. But I did die, and inadvertently came back. And now I have the knowledge that if I chose to, if I wanted to, I could leave. There is nothing to stop me from wanting to leave. Like, there's nothing to stop me from leaving if I desired to.
Do you desire to leave?
No. I don't think so. It's not something I ever had to think about. I didn't have to ponder this. I didn't have to worry about this.
The choice was made for you.
In a way, yes.
Well, I think among all of us enlisted in the Xel'nari, I had the most choice. Sam was joined as a means to escape what was sure to be an unhappy marriage. Storm only really had one person whom she knew, and joining these Xel'nari was her best alternative. I view this position entirely as a means of career advancement. I weighed the pros and cons. I had rigorous debates with my father, mother, and peers, and I deemed it the best path for me.
I mean, how does Mug chime into this then?
He agreed to sign the contract. He too has thought about it. and consented to this life, at least for now. But you didn't. It was a cultural obligation. And I suspect now you are wondering, since there is no longer an obligation, do you wish to be here? It sounds like the answer is yes, but you're trying to come to terms with why the answer is yes.
That's a good way of looking at it. Yes.
Intriguing. Well, it is most likely that you are being motivated by your emotions, for which I can be very little help.
Just having someone to talk with that I know won't judge for it is helpful. I tried talking with Barter about it, but Barter just said I didn't die and left it at that. It's very hard to pick up from that.
Interesting.
What to worry about.
Perhaps her position was from that of someone who is aware of your oath. Perhaps she said that you didn't die in the hopes to alleviate your concerns and to put to rest this potential thought experiment in the first place. Because if you truly did not die, then your oath would stand.
But I guess then what is death? If death is the cease of, like, you don't live anymore, then have I truly died? If I'm back?
I'm not sufficiently schooled in religion to be an adequate debate partner on this topic.
I wouldn't class this as religion. I mean, you look at the faiths, they all have different beliefs about what their followers do when they die. I don't follow particular gods. This isn't religious. This be philosophical.
Well, if we were to ponder philosophy, I feel that Ayun and my people have the most pragmatic approach to death. We are what we are able to leave behind. And there are many shelves and wings and alcoves of great libraries in Tanzanite whose legacies can be traced to the lives of scholars. Their work is what they left behind, and when someone else goes to it for knowledge, they live again, if for but a moment. Perhaps you require time to ponder this further.
I think I do.
Well, then I wish to ask something of you, seeing as it is just the two of us.
Yes.
You possess a spectacular fortitude.
I guess, yes.
I have seen this every time
Just a little humble.
we fight. Your ability to shrug off blows, maintain focus, and endure what others could not in the throes of battle is very impressive. Since I obtained this item, and she pulls out the amulet of health, I too have found my fortitude bolstered. And given that you have been able to train this part of you to grow stronger, whereas I am enhanced magically, how would you go about training that part of your being? And could you assist me in doing so?
I mean, we did try this in the past, and you did not look favorably upon it.
You tried to get me to pick up and move heavy things. I hope that
That is part
it
of
is. Oh, good gravy.
I mean, my fortitude is what it is because of the life I lived. Those who aren't strong of fortitude of constitution don't survive growing up where I grew up. It's unfortunate, but those who are too weak don't make it. I mean, my time growing up, many, both young and old, who were not strong enough, well, did not make it. Whether they chose to end it themselves or they just were left behind. For starters. And it's the work I do. It's the jobs I do. It's who I am. Is why I'm this way. Sure, I mean, it's hard to build your constitution, your fortitude. It's a lot of work. But you need inner strength. You need to push on when you don't think you can push on. And then push even harder. It's knowing, but it's also knowing when you have to rest. When you've reached that part that you have gone beyond what you can, you need the time to recuperate. I myself struggle with this from time, I know. But I also feel that I do not have the time to recuperate to make sure everyone else is safe.
Indeed.
But it is a lot of work which I'm not sure you are necessarily able to do, just as I would not be able to do what you do.
I'm willing to attempt it. I at least to understand fully. Since obtaining this item, I found that my ability to hold firm my spells, some that require my concentration, that has also been bolstered, and I wish to bolster it further.
Well, if you're concerned about concentration, I find, and I guess this is something you already have some skill in doing, is just to focus. If you are concentrating on something, you don't let anything else get into you. You numb the sensations that aren't important to it. You deafen yourself so only you can hear what you need to.
So
And
perhaps
you focus in on what you're doing, and that is how you persevere and get through.
is that something that you could assist me with?
I think it's something you've already shown great skill in with the way that you handle Storm when you were attempting to read a good book.
I beg of you, do not instruct that to be my training, please.
No, I merely mean to imply that you already have some skill there. But
love that.
focus.
That's the test of
Fo-
patience.
Think
The
of
threat of the test of patience.
think of what you do when you ignore Storm, when you are focused on your tasks. Think of what you do there and take it further.
I see.
Is how I would practice in your shoes. In my case, it was holding up a heavy weight while being whacked with big sticks. I don't think that training applies in your situation here. Yeah. That's what they did when I was 8.
I must have misheard you. 8?
8.
So the trauma started young.
The last thing you want to do when you're carrying the weight of a hunt is to be distracted by a stinging gnat and drop what you were carrying. So they train you to ignore it.
I see.
As I said, it's not necessarily something I think you yourself would want to go through.
No, but this does give me interesting avenues to pursue. I'll see
But
what I
yes.
can do.
Yes, in your shoes, I would look at what you do already with Storm, and just take it further.
Okay.
Listen to her play bagpipes, that'll do it.
Speaking of which, she is most certainly playing bagpipes on this trip.
There is a reason the lie has cotton buds, because even he is just put to the limit. with
So,
those
She
bagpipes.
doesn't play bad. Y'all just hate the bagpipes, man.
Yes.
No, Mug hates the bagpipes specifically, and he's convincing others to do the same.
with that in mind, I shall swim. Good day. And she just like slides off the raft and goes.
I
Good
love
day,
how
sir.
whenever
Good
this party has decided that they're done with an awkward conversation, they're just like, all right, goodbye, flops off the fish. Take or something. Immediately ends conversation.
Yeah.
That was very wholesome, Kalan. And perfect for both our characters.
Sorry, Mug. It's just the lie knows you judge.
You need to get both halves. You need Mug's feelings and his judginess, and Kovek's raw logic.
If it makes
Well-
you feel better, what we discussed did help evolve the conversation I just had. So,
Excellent. With this in mind, Ash, Kovek is going to put effort into training that part of her constitution, and I am going to confirm the feat that I shall be picking.
Uh-huh.
I will be taking
Warcaster?
resilient.
Oh.
Resilient.
Mm.
It is mathematically more favorable because, sure, Warcaster gives me advantage. Resilient plus the Amulet of Health gives me a +7. Which means if I take 20 or less damage, I have to roll a 1 or a 2 to fail any concentration check.
Well,
But
Same.
wouldn't you already be on a +4
4.
with advantage? Yeah.
because Resilient gives you proficiency in concept.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and then when we hit level 9, it'll be a +8, which means I only have to roll a 1 to fail a con save, and we have Sam in the party who can help me reroll ones.
I do also have enhance ability up if you wanted a little bolster. I am literally the micromanager here. Jesus.
What I
Just have a
what I
little
think
helpful. Like,
Oddie should do is swap to playing the other Sam. So, like, okay, we've discovered both of them. Time to part ways. Samantha goes off, and Samuel sticks to maintain the illusion and has a completely different skill set.
yeah, by one level of druid, I think. That's the only thing that's different. Well, and the path of druid,
Yes.
the circle that he's on is different.
circle, yes.
And he might have a different background.
Yeah, yeah. This is the whole like, yeah, sup, I'm Sam. What's up, my dudes? Like, let's pound that. I
Pound that
don't
like
know where I
button.
was. Pound that like button like a boss. Yeah. What's up? You see the new Maserati? Sure, car tour. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, but the moment Barda enters the scene and realizes what's happened, like, Samuel's fucked. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, Barda already knows, apparently. Barda's
No,
known for
Barda
ages.
knows about Samantha and doesn't mind that because Samantha is trained to be a Xel'nari.
Mhm.
Samuel, on the other hand, is not, and Barda would rip the living shit out of him.
Yes. So yeah.
You know, well, that doesn't sound like a me problem, even though it's my backstory.
Sounds like
So-
future use problem.
So,
Exactly.
in conclusion, Kovek is going to spend like chunks of time meditating and trying to ignore distractions, which does unfortunately mean that if anyone tries to talk to her, she's going to ignore them.
If Storm catches wind that you're trying to ignore her, she will pointedly go out of her way to annoy you.
Of course she will.
She will throw little things at you, repeatedly, constantly.
And every time you do, I will cast fly on you and placate your ADHD for 10 minutes, and you'll go, "Ooh, I can fly," and then go and do other things for 10 minutes.
You know what? You're not wrong. It would work.
But every time you do actually manage to successfully ignore Storm, the lie is just there, looking proud at you.
Yes. Yes, me casting fly is the easy way out. The actual training is ignoring her, but she doesn't have it in her at first. It's like, ooh, first it's the small weights, and at the end of the trip, Kovac spends an entire day with like pebbles bouncing off her head, paying no attention to Storm.
No. If you want a final exam, explain what's happening to Mug.
Oh, God.
I have to go to the bathroom.
I scared the piss out of her.
Terrible.
Any other conversations we're having?
Yes, is there anything more that needs to be said?
Storm is going to spend some time with the gift that her father gave her. Inspecting it, seeing if there's anything different, and I presume in this time of her spending with it, she eventually attunes to it.
Yes, you would. And
good
start
old-
to gain
old-
some understanding of how it works.
Compass, and potentially also the cloth that it was wrapped around.
The sash, yes.
And at some point on the little trip, you'll notice that she puts on the sash.
Does it clash horrifically with the Xel'nari sash?
It's just flat out on top. Or like right next to it. So there's like the Xel'nari sash, and then the other one's just like right next to it. Oh, actually no, I could do it the other way. Big crisscross sashes. I don't know, what color is it?
It would be purple.
Ugh.
As it matches with the rest of the monks of your island.
I mean, she doesn't really care what it looks like.
Alright.
So Mug will try and like get the group together at some stage and go, so I'm missing part of the plan. We're on a boat going back to the mainland. Then what are we doing?
We are checking in with the Xel'nari outpost at the foot, at the bottom of the mountains, so we can check in and find out what the fuck we've missed. And then I believe we will be going to Tanzanite to see Kovac's family.
Oh, that will be interesting.
There
I believe that is the plan.
Yes. Seeing my family will be an incidental benefit. We have other issues to...
Do you have any siblings?
No.
So presumably there's some sort of library collection of knowledge in Tanzanite?
Yes. There are quite a few of varying size and scale. The Darkened Quarter has its own. I would visit it occasionally to bolster my arcane knowledge while I was being trained. In fact, a visit there would be quite beneficial. I feel I am stretching the limits of my current understanding, and getting a more solid foundation of more advanced arcana would be quite beneficial given my progression.
So
I will go to the
Hmm.
library and read for an evening.
the last time I went to Tanzanite, I got really drunk, and I don't remember what happened. uh,
This does not surprise me.
yeah.
How are the drinks in Tanzanite?
Potent.
Hmm.
Surprisingly potent.
Good.
There are, there is access to a lot of fresh fruit and produce. Many people have gardens up on their roofs. So, naturally, the enforcement of rather strict home distillation laws can be a nightmare.
Oh no, this was some hardcore dwarven stuff.
Oh yes, was this in the? And she turns through a book and goes in the Black Cauldron. You said.
I cannot confirm or deny. Is that the term that I heard you use?
Yes.
It wasn't not in the Black Cauldron.
I understand. She makes more notes.
I don't recommend going there.
But they have good drinks. That's always a plus.
Oh, no, no, no. They do not have good drinks. They have strong drinks. There is a big difference.
Are you sure?
There is a tavern near my precinct that would be frequented upon the completion of large cases. I think that would be a much more friendly spot.
Are there... There's towers in the city, right?
Yes.
Are there a couple which have, like, chains going along between them? I remember being drunk, crawling along the chains between the towers. I
Mhm.
may or may not have been wearing pants.
Was this perchance a crane?
Perchance.
You really should. You really should not have been up there. It is terribly dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a long drop down to the sea from the top of those cranes.
Yeah. That's why I had my eyes closed. Why do you think I didn't know if I had pants on or not?
I mean, I thought you would feel it, but I guess if you're numb from strong drink,
One would hope the wind chill would be educational, but apparently not.
well, if he's numb from the strong drink, then he would not feel a thing.
Dearie me.
Not
Regardless,
something I've ever suffered from, mind you.
of course. Regardless, Sam's. There is
What do we do?
there is the possibility that we may encounter your father in Tanzanite, correct?
Oh, I want to meet that man.
Oh,
I
fuck,
met
yeah,
him,
I forgot
he
about
was
that.
very-
Um,
I did not like him.
No, I didn't like him either.
It depends. If he has to go out and do any business, then potentially. Otherwise, there's a high chance of no, because he usually stays at home unless it's like important stuff. I don't.
Would several supply lanes of fish being compromised be sufficient reason to draw your father to Tanzanite?
I don't know if my father was much of a. This is a DM question. This is like I made my dad. I'm not in.
He's a
Is
merchant.
he a fishmonger?
But he's a merchant. But I don't know if he does much in terms of like the fish trade specifically. Although it's more just like goods and things.
Well, he owns a shipping
He's a shipping
company, for the lack of
Yep.
better terms.
Mm.
So he would deal in a lot of different trade. Fish would definitely be a major one, especially in Tanzania being a major export.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a potential chance higher than average that he may need to see to this specifically. And by see to it, I mean turn up and yell at everyone why they're not doing a good enough job.
Hmm.
That's the gist of his management skills. You know, like in real life, how most CEOs don't see all the little bits and pieces. They just say numbers aren't good enough. You're all getting fired. We'll get some new people to do some better numbers.
Oof.
Because Dad and the IRL corporation.
However, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Ash, it's been some time. Can we see the mountains yet? Like, are we at that point?
At this point, you've probably been at sea for about a week.
Good
You still
lord, on
haven't.
this tiny little raft. Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
and you still have at least another week ahead of you.
Yeah. At one
So no,
point,
So yes, you're probably still far enough off that you cannot see it on the horizon just yet.
Okay.
The moment you're in a vast expanse of ocean.
with the moment that we realize that we might be seeing our father, I like to turn to Sam and be like, Sam, can you turn into birds?
Why do you want to know?
Do you fancy turning into a pigeon and shitting on our dad?
Oh,
I want to live
look-
vicariously through you, because I can. Wait, no, I can! Polymorph!
honestly, I thought Thalai was the one that needed therapy. Now I'm not so sure.
Hey,
the look that goes across Sam's face is a look of contemplation, concern, a devilish
Elation.
grin, but also that of like, I really, really shouldn't want to do this as much as I want to.
Yeah, and as soon as Sam remembers and goes polymorph, Sam turns into some form of like parrot. Just poof.
Oh. I thought.
Since when could you do that?
Fun fact about this. Even though I think you've retained the racial telepathy.
I have, but I've got the mental attributes of the bird because it's not
Yeah,
wild
because-
shape.
So you're really dumb right now.
Sam's not done this yet, so Sam's like, this like came to me, and then just turns into it, and then you just get, and every now and then people just hear it in their heads because Sam is currently a little dumb. Didn't think this through. This is basically the gist of it.
I'm going to send a telepathic message to the bird saying that Pilvin's pockets have tasty fish in them.
Oh god.
I don't think parrots like
Oh.
fish.
Or tasty food.
Tasty seed.
I would run through a few combinations. And
Just run
Actually, what is the mental attribute of a parrot? I'm gonna need to check.
It's not high.
I was gonna say it's the whole I'm a moth situation.
Oh my gosh.
It's a good curtain. Tastes delicious.
It's a really good curtain. Just like yes. The unfortunate thing is now that Iris and Sam will realize once she poofs out of it is, oh, her brother's gonna have material now. It's like
Do you
in a
look
previous.
as a beast.
The look on his face is definitely that of, oh, I am not letting you live this one down.
Yeah. Like I had something similar in a previous campaign. I played a druid, tiefling druid, and she wild shaped into a giant ape, and I may have let monkey brain take over. So she was going a bit ape wild, literally ape wild, and then after she came out, to like, I am now striking that off the list of things never on the list of things never to turn back into. We do not talk about the ape.
Okay.
Monkey
talk about the
brain
ape in the
took
room.
over. Yeah. So are we being a bit rambunctious?
So, is So is Sam like accosting Pilvin?
Yeah.
Pilvin
Well,
will
if
never
it's
let
a-
you forget this either.
If it's a parrot, it's just going to kind of like land and start like pecking and
Pecking.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
and,
like,
like trying to
ever
like
been pecked
nudge
or bitten
around.
by a parrot? It's not pleasant.
No.
it's not like
Um,
I'm not like aggressive. I'm just trying to find where the food is.
But
Um,
it's tasty food.
Kovac
I
will.
don't know if a bird has enough intelligence to understand the difference between tasty and you know what I mean, like the kind of
Yeah.
like the levels.
Ko- Kovac will sidle up next to Mug and say, I have a temptation. This feels like a very... Could this be humor? If hypothetically Sam were to spontaneously, in the midst of this action, no longer be a bird, would that be considered humor?
Only to people with emotions.
Interesting. 4th level, Dispel Magic.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for. On the shoulder, doing the
I
whole
was gonna say,
parrot thing.
I imagine your
parrot's
head is like
upside down.
in the,
Yes.
the pocket.
Yeah, like I'm upside down, doing the whole like grabbing with the claw, like, and then it's just
It's just, and it's just you both collapse over as suddenly the extra weight is added onto him. There is that awkward look of you two looking at each other for
oh
way
no,
too long in
I keep
silence.
my face planted down, like nope, this is where I live now. This is my life.
He's going to slowly extract himself from you, get up, straighten up his coat, and just pretend that it never happened.
Has the pocket been a little bit torn just from the sudden change?
Like
Probably,
if a
yeah.
bird head was in that to a halfling head.
Slightly too loudly, I'll say, "Oh, Kovac, that was a good one."
There will be a slight
And
face
then-
turn so I can see Mug, and in Mug's head will just be like, "I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too."
And Kovac will get a little mental telepathy message saying, "That is also humor." You
Because
have
I know
much
full
to
well it was
learn.
Mug's voice in my head originally, because like I recognize, and but yeah, it's like, "I'll get you, my pretty."
I see. I'll walk over to Pilvin and cast Mending on his on his jacket.
He dusts it off, looks it over, and there, much better. Let's put this behind us, eh?
Yes. How fares
Then
our
to-
voyage?
We look about a week out still.
And-
And he looks down at the raft and like taps his foot against it again. I hope we don't run into any bad weather, or we may be swimming the rest of the way.
That would be quite unpleasant for most aboard.
To get out of this awkwardness, I just slide off the boat and turn into a fish into the water, as everyone else is. They just, whoosh.
Fish out, yoink.
Fuck off. You're not getting out of this one that easily.
I guess at some point as well, I'll take out that new fancy dancy Horus Warhammer
Mhm.
and just practice with it because the weight distribution's completely off compared to the one I normally use.
After a while, Pilvin actually will approach Kovac. So I understand that you'll be making your way easterly once we land at shore.
Yes, there is a Xel'nari outpost at the base of the mountains.
Then I guess once we arrive, then we shall be parting ways.
I see.
We'll be making our way north immediately. Hopefully, being able to signal down a vessel to make our way up.
I see. What will you do in Tanzanite?
Well, go back to the Mercantile Guild, see if I can requisition a new vessel. Perhaps I will sign aboard one for now until I can acquire my own again.
If this is of any benefit, we did lose some time as we washed up aboard the Turtle Island, during which time our arrival was anticipated, and a craft was dispatched to seek us. I have since informed my father of this and of the lost cargo for the Queen. That boat is to be signaled, and hopefully the cargo recovered.
So we didn't take anything from it, did we?
It was like super magically locked. It was terrifying. Should all fare well and the cargo not be profoundly dangerous, perhaps I can inform my father of your crucial involvement. See if you may receive the Queen's gratitude. Perhaps push along your requisition of another vessel.
Well, that will be most welcoming.
Of course.
It will be an interesting return. The first time I set foot back in the great city, not stepping off from a dock.
The land bridge is quite a sight.
I have been upon it many a time, but it's always been a short leave upon shore.
I have
Fear I will
another
be on land for too long.
have another question for you, Pilvin.
Hey?
Should in a point in the future I gain the means to construct and propel an airship, would you be interested in returning to us and captaining it?
You can almost see like a little bit of delight flicker in his eyes. The other thing you've noticed is that while he's been talking to you, he's lost a lot of that professional demeanor that he's had most of the time. It seems that finally things are starting to wear on him and he is uncertain of himself. But upon you mentioning that, he straightens himself up and goes, "Huh, well, I would be most delighted. Of course, such a fine vessel, taken to the skies instead of just to the seas. It is, well, it has been a childhood dream of mine."
Indeed. We are aboard my first attempt at the nautical craft, but with a combination of spells like these and a few others, I believe the creation of a non-Ethereum-powered vessel may be possible.
At mentioning that this is your first attempt, he looks down. Perhaps a visit to the shipwrights is in order before
Oh,
such a
absolutely.
vessel is constructed.
That was my plan. I will also require more capital, so I was hoping to get some funding from the Arcane Collegium for this venture.
Mm-hmm. One running without. That would be most intriguing.
Indeed. It would require a potentially comically large sack of gas to be suspended above it, which might look a touch odd.
I see. Find such a vessel hard to imagine.
But seeing as there wouldn't be much competition in the air, I'm not concerned.
I look forward to seeing some designs. If you could
Of
write
course.
something up. Be most intrigued.
I will confer with my mother upon my return to Tanzanite. If you are still around, I will come and find you there.
Oh, I do not feel I will be leaving anytime soon. It will take some time to sign aboard or appeal to the mercantile guilds and see if a new vessel can be requisitioned.
Yes. Have you an address in the Darken Quarter?
Of course, and he'll write it down for you.
I'll find you there then.
Very well. Well, I shall leave you to it for the moment. And at this, he puts his hands behind his back and kind of struts his way off as if expecting the vessel as he would have previously done upon his own vessel, but now it's a significantly smaller one. And
He
just
takes 2 steps and goes, oh.
yes, it just seems to be doing it. You can't tell if it's for show for everyone or for himself. But it could possibly be a little bit of both. As he goes over to the mast and checks the rigging and inspects that all the cargo is held down correctly, then makes his way over to one of the floats to make sure it is still attached correctly, knowing that he's done this several times every single day. It seems to be just his way of keeping himself busy.
Storm, while they're on this adventure, will try and keep everyone's spirits up, because being out at sea for this long on a tiny little raft is not super great. She will start experimenting with many things. First of all, she'll try and keep people's spirits up with food. She'll try and cook nice meals with what the best they've got. They don't really have too many spices and things, but with the fish they got, she'll try and make as best meals as she can. She'll try and do some things like make people laugh with jokes and play with people and be silly. She doesn't really have any pressing conversations to have with anyone at this moment. She's kind of very caught up in her own head. And at some point, she will discover what the compass does, because 2 weeks is a long time.
Yes, it is, yes. You will definitely be able to discover the secrets of the compass at that point.
And so at some point along the journey, I would say at about the 1 week mark, Storm disappears, and in her stead, all that's left is her compass.
What?
It's fine. She's just going for a swim.
It was probably followed by...
I
Not fine.
I didn't hear a splash.
Involuntary swim.
There's no splash, and
Look around in the water. Look around in the sky. Cast sending. It may not work if you're in a pocket dimension.
Yeah, technically a separate plane of
I can
existence.
still see and hear everything outside of where I am.
But if it's a different plane, there's only a 1 in 20 chance of it failing.
Yes.
Oh, that is true. Yeah.
in which case it still gets through. They just can't respond to you.
Storm, did you learn a new spell or something?
And Storm... Wait, is
Are you okay?
Are you sending message?
Sending spell.
Okay. Do I get this message?
Well, I think Mug has to roll the
Roll with d20, yeah.
Right. I'm technically in a pocket dimension. Literally at this point.
Yeah, it's another plane of existence. Though.
Yeah.
Is this... Yeah, okay.
Just
On a
don't roll a
1, it fails.
Yeah, on a 1 it fails.
I get an 18.
Yeah, it goes through. So you will definitely receive it. Although you can also hear Mug saying the sending as he's saying it.
She just shouts, "I can hear you! I'm down here!"
It's like she's just here.
What did she say?
She's just here. She's down here. She can hear us.
Okay,
Did you turn invisible?
No! You can't. I don't
We
think
can't
you
hear
can
it
hear
now.
me.
So we can't hear it now.
I look on the deck for something small. Maybe she shrunk. Did we
Yeah.
find
Look,
the compass?
What do you get? What's your perception?
Perception? I get to roll a die.
I'll be doing something similar.
5.
I get better.
Mm-hmm.
Perception +2, so 17.
So yeah, I think you would spot the compass, like kind of nestled in between two of the boards, as they're not 100% even. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like nestled into the crook of it.
I'll pick it up and go, well, she wouldn't have gone anywhere without this.
Does it
Is she
rattle
shaking
around?
around inside?
No, technically, as it's a pocket dimension, it kind of has its own gravity effects inside.
So
Mm.
it's
But
like
I
you're-
get a bit dizzy because I can see everything.
Yeah, you can see everything moving around, so yeah, you'd probably get very dizzy.
my mental image is that like you're really really tiny, and
Mhm.
there's basically a big 360-degree view that so the walls are like screens, so you're seeing the screens go
And then we start juggling it just to really make it motion sick.
Or like well, the interior is technically decorated with cushions and low tables and stuff. Like it's a full like cute little it's like a little like coffee space, like a little like, you know, tea space. And she gets a bit dizzy, and then after a minute just kind of like sits down and goes, "This is kind of cozy and highly entertaining. Should I tell them? They cannot seem to hear me. I wonder." She tries to cast a spell from outside of it. I presume it fails.
Yes.
Darn. That would have been so
Mug?
much fun.
Can I investigate that?
Yeah. Take a step over and
Use my once a day to cast identify. It'll only take me a minute, so
Humana.
magic.
I don't know if this item gets properly identified, by the way.
Yes, it would.
Okay. I just don't remember, because there are some items that only give you partial.
Well, not to the fullest extent. You actually get two bits of conflicting information about this. One that apparently it is a genie's vessel. Another that it is a homeward beacon. In other words, it leads you back to its home point. So instead of a compass always pointing north, it always points to the location of its origin.
where is it pointing at the moment?
It would be pointing slightly northwest of you, mostly westerly.
So compared to the direction that we're traveling,
You're heading east, and you were dropped off the turtle. You don't know which way it was going
okay.
afterwards, but
well, we know the
it's
turtle was
southwest.
going north from what we had
Yes.
discussed. Yeah,
Mhm.
so that makes sense. Yeah, northwest. Yeah.
I'm confused. Have any of you the compass was discussed previously as it would indicate Storm's home.
Mhm.
Apparently, it is also now a Jinn vessel.
Storm is
Tuar
still yelling at
is
you
in there?
guys. It's just a little coffee table! And couches and cushions! You can come in here too, you know!
I'm in.
Except that you can't hear her. And I don't think it actually works like that. I think she has to actually, like, bring you in with her.
Yeah.
I'm just reading up on it now.
Oh, the evil things we can do with this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Storm's father was a air genie, right?
He was.
So maybe it's something to do with that.
Perhaps this was the aspect of his power that was left behind for Storm.
Home? Seems a bit weird.
It does seem quite strange. I wonder if I can make her leave. It is a magic item, so if I were to attempt to dispel any active magic, it wouldn't break the item, it would just be nullified.
Okay, at this she starts to panic and she's just like, I need to get out of here! I need to get out! No! Stop! No! And she'll like clatter and slump next to you, just in a space on the floor, and just like, and then leaps up and grabs the thing from out of your hands.
Oh.
Also, thank you for the hydrate.
Oh. Oh.
It's empty.
I had the tiniest drop.
So, you were inside?
I don't know. I guess so. Maybe. What do you want to know?
Hey.
Why do you want to know?
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I don't know how I did it in the first place. Hang on, let me try again. It didn't work.
Well, what did you do before you went inside it?
Well, I was looking at it and I was thinking about it really, really lots, and I was going, it is really cute. I wonder why Papa left it for me. You know, maybe there is something significant about it. And I was looking at it and then I was like, what is that? That looks like it has a little space inside. Oi! And I was inside.
As she's describing this and then looking in the space again.
Nope,
'Cause
it
that'd be
only
quite funny.
happens once per day.
Oh.
So she has no idea why it's not working. But mechanically, that's why it's not.
That's quite cute. Also, speaking of weird magical items, I just look at Mug and be like, so how's the dragon?
Yeah, I got distracted. I forgot to feed it, and so it went back into inanimate form.
Hmm. So it looks like a thought watch.
I have a really important question.
I hopefully have a really important answer.
I have really bad answers, if that
The
helps.
compass is now a pocket dimension. Can I put that little pocket dimension inside my bra of holding, which is also a pocket dimension?
Do it. What's the worst that could happen?
Or will it
Tell me about
explode?
I know exactly what could
I
happen.
was gonna say,
I've
do
done
you
it
understand
before.
what happens when a pocket dimension enters another pocket dimension?
I do, but Storm does not.
To be fair, I think doesn't it only specifically mention like specific items that cause
The
it?
classic one was portable hole in a bag of
Yes.
holding.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is the classic one.
Or as I found, a bag of holding and a bag of devouring.
Or a bag of holding in
devoured.
another bag of holding.
Oh no, it was a bag of
Because-
devouring, and I had a portable black hole. Yeah.
Okay, here's the real one that'll mess with you. It's already worked the other way around. An extra dimensional space has already gone into the extra dimensional space
Yes.
because the bra of holding has already gone into the compass. So vice versa, it might be safe for the compass to go into the bra of holding. That's logic that Kovac would be proud of.
Oh
I
my
think
good
I need
lord.
a beer. I think I need alcohol or something to translate what's going on, and I
not
don't
wrong.
drink this beer.
Otherwise, Ash has to retcon that Storm blew her tits off already.
What's it? She says it herself. She says it herself. I just didn't put my filter on.
Oh, no, you're fine. Storm doesn't have boobs. She's
Was it
tea
No
queen.
nipples.
Storm in an A cup instead of Storm in a teacup.
Go!
She's a cat. What needs does she have of boobs? She has teats
I mean,
hidden under her fur.
D&D official D&D artwork doesn't think
Let's
much.
not
Hey
go with
guys,
that
how are
word.
you all doing in this normal
I have
D&D
a cat.
game?
Look at
I'm
this
totally
cat. Look
getting
at
to
her.
the point of.
I will not elaborate, but Kalan, go read the original stuff on drows and how they reproduce, and then you
Yeah.
talk to me about why we don't go with the
I thought
official.
I think they
law.
retconned that though. That's the
Yes,
thing.
they
That's
did
different.
for very good reasons. That's why I said
Yeah.
the original reason.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
there is a feature.
current D&D artwork would suggest otherwise to what Alice is suggesting. Just putting it out there.
Fidget, they're all full of shit, aren't they? Aren't they? Hmm? You tell them. You tell them they're all full of shit. All full of baloney. Baloney.
Baloney.
Baloney.
Fidget, if you go to slap Alice in the face, we fully understand now.
She wouldn't. Maybe bite her finger at most.
Fidget is far too sweet a bean and puts up with all of my bullshit, and I love you so much, but you really shouldn't. You should just bite me.
This
You
is
put up with
Toast. That's
way
exactly
too
what Toast
much.
is like.
She puts up
I'll
with
hold
way
her
too
like a
much of my
baby, and she
bullshit.
just goes like,
Yeah,
I
she's
don't want
gonna
to be
join us all
here.
So,
The definition of Stockholm syndrome.
I mean, she's
yes,
just used
your
to it at this
compass
point.
can enter your Briar of Holding.
Okay.
Can.
What's up, Miss
Okay.
Veggie Pie?
It
you
just
can't
may
eat
lead to
chocolate.
like some Inception-like events.
So if someone was in the compass when it went into the brow of holding, that could be bad. I'm
But-
guessing because
Can someone be put in the compass without Storm?
I have to
Or-
read up on it again because I can't remember.
I believe she can bring willing creatures in with her.
Mhm.
But not
But-
without her.
I think
Yes.
not.
I believe that is correct.
However, if Storm goes into the compass and then I put the compass in my bag of holding, then we have an extra dimensional space in an extra dimensional space in an extra dimensional space.
But you could also just put me around your neck, and then I could see and hear everything that you're experiencing.
oh no,
No,
we need to
I'm
do
trying
like
to
a
break Ash's brain.
steampunk style fascinator. It's just got this like clockwork compass on the side of your
No,
hat.
and then Kovac, after doing all that, polymorphs himself into a mouse, and then we throw that mouse into a bag of holding, and then it's a
Now,
pocket dimension.
the interesting thing of the context of what happens to Storm inside the compass while Kovac is polymorphed is another conversation altogether.
And we make it even worse. I learned the spell rope trick, and we do all that inside the rope trick dimension.
I'm really sad that I no longer have my rope.
What happened to it?
It got
So
destroyed.
what spells can I learn that'll break everything? Come on, let's have a look. Right.
Oh, I'm never letting you learn true polymorph.
You are now a chair. Deal with it.
No, I have to learn true polymorph. I have to.
There is a reason.
Pyro, Scuff has been dead on the inside since this campaign started.
Hey,
But
you
God loves us.
you blew up everything you could get your grubby mitts on in my space game. Now I'm getting some.
Comeuppance. Come up. Yeah, but I have to pay for it as well. We all
I-
have to pay for it.
I willingly destroyed my own mech because I acknowledged that it was way too overpowered.
And I appreciate that.
So anyway, moving
Yeah.
on.
when
Back
you
to
come up
Kate.
against the boss and then go, oh, I one hit kill it, and they're like, oh, that's not meant to happen.
That was an interesting fight.
It was good.
We're on a
Yes,
boat.
Honestly,
You're on a boat.
all I'm
You're
saying in
on a
terms of the
raft.
recap next week is going to have it interesting. So I just put a mini gif of a robot in there.
Well, if we're going with anyone who misses the session has to do the recap, you have to do
Oh,
the
no.
first 10% of the recap.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Okay, next week it's me. Okay, okay.
So,
No. We need to be fair. We will go with who hasn't done it yet.
Oh.
Which is. Yeah, it's Alice!
or me.
Okay.
Or
Alice or
Zoe! We'll
Zoe?
go with Zoe, it's
Oh,
fine.
sorry. It's funnier when it's Alice.
I'm
No
a
offense.
walking wrecking zone, okay? Like,
I take very thorough notes. It's not going to be funny because I'm just going to get it right.
The trick is to
I'm
do
not
it
going to
as
let
bad
you
as
read
I
your
did,
notes. You're going to have to go just off the.
so you're never asked to do it again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
game.
back on track.
Mm-hmm.
ADHD for you.
Yeah.
I don't even remember where we're up to now.
We are a week
into January.
away.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
are
got
a
a
week
week
away. Well, I mean, you're starting to go into that week. There's not really much out here to do, unfortunately. You were hoping to come across another vessel on the trade route, as it is a fairly frequently used trade route. However, it seems you were unlucky and managed to pass through the trade lane without spotting a vessel. As the week ebbs its way out and you reach ever closer, you do eventually start to see the mountain range in the distance starting to come into view. Still quite a distance off. It towers out of the ground as you make your way over the horizon and start to see the landmass that it's from. It stands fairly lonely out there. There's a few smaller mountains, but none reaching anywhere near the heights of Thalai's homeland. The others kind of pocketed together around it, almost as a small little own separate mountain range. But the rest of the terrain is fairly flat from there on. A lot of the western shore is cliffside, so it's about 120 feet up. There are occasional areas where there have been paths hewn into the rock face to allow you down onto the shores, normally near fishing villages or any other towns that dot the side. But most of this area is already kind of a natural defense of its own, just by the sheer cliff faces. Leading to yet another reason why Tanzanite does not really have that much of a large standing army. It doesn't really need one. The natural defenses of the land make it fairly well protected. The only place that they really need it is along its southern and eastern borders, and the rest is protected by a very substantial naval fleet, which makes up most of its forces. So they have a larger navy than they do standing army.
So, Mug, Pilvin, if we touch down in a fishing village, what do you think we could get for this ship?
For this vessel,
Yes.
We could probably get a place to stay. The thing about fishing villages is they're full of fishermen. The thing about fishermen is they have fishing boats. The thing about having a fishing boat is you don't need another fishing boat.
Yes, but people are born all the time, and commerce must expand. So perhaps someone who is doing well off wishes to have a second boat. Perhaps we can trade that boat for a small cart and a mule, some kind of conveyance that will keep us from having to walk all the way to Tanzanite.
I'm definitely
Well,
happy to
isn't that
help.
why we're going to the Xel'nari outpost to requisition horses?
That could help as well, though. If we can avoid being a large strain on their resources, that would be ideal. It is not clear to me how well equipped this outpost will be. How large? Thalai, did you ever see it?
I mean, I made my way down there first to report in. I was the next initiate.
How large is it?
it's not very big.
Not big at all.
It's actually mostly made up of tents, rather than a permanent structure of any kind. There is a small palisade wall around it, but yeah, it's nothing really particularly substantial.
Nothing substantial. They mostly have tents, maybe a palisade.
I see.
It's pretty small. It's more just a contact post.
Are there any permanent structures?
Besides the palisade?
Hmm.
Not since I was last there, but that was... how long was that now? That would have been 4 or 5 years ago now, so who knows?
That's okay, I can fix that.
They also meet.
Kelvin attempting to get back onto the topic of the raft goes, perhaps you could sell it as a. They could make it into a floating dock of sorts.
Indeed.
I do not feel like this vessel will be substantial for long journeys or fish trolling. Perhaps, maybe. I could be wrong.
It is quite wide. There is ample space for cargo above deck. I'm not sure. I'm being optimistic. I personally am quite short on funds, and if we can get places faster, that would be nice.
I still need a diamond.
Why?
In case anyone dies.
I don't think we'll be finding a diamond in a fishing village somehow.
God.
In Tanzanite, though, certainly.
Oh yes, of course, definitely.
Oh, yeah, it's
jewelry
also funny
districts.
because, sorry, Sam has literally no idea of the conversations that Salai has had with the other two people about death.
Boom, 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 boom.
Revivify, revivify.
Mick, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
What if I try and get a cart and a couple of horses in exchange for the ship?
That would be ideal. It's not every day that you can just put together a boat like this. It takes man hours and resources. It must be worth something.
No, it took you having a couple of spells and a hobby.
There aren't, just as there aren't any diamonds in these fishing villages, there aren't any me's there either.
Well, if you were wanting to get money, then using those spells for what is actually needed might get more money. Like
Potentially.
repairing things, or if they need a new whatever.
Well,
Crafting.
you are quite good at speaking. If you wish to add my services to the deal, I would not object.
What nation are we going to be making landfall of?
Sorry. It's Berivia.
Yeah,
Berivia. Okay,
So
so
you will
border,
be first making
broader
landfall in Berivia, and it's about a 4-day journey from Berivia to the foothill of the Flies Mountain.
and Tanzanite is part of Berivia,
Yes, it is the capital city of it,
the capital of Berivia. Okay, yep.
which sits to the most northern part of it.
And the northern Arctic waters explain certain people's demeanors. This is when you find out that the Vidalcans started as normal, then they lived up in the cold for so long they turned blue.
Dabba dee dabba da.
Yeah.
I'm so blue I could.
It's terrible.
I hate you.
We know it not to be true.
Yes, so we'll do what we can. We'll spruce the place up.
Indeed.
Ooh.
Is there anything else that anyone needed to get done on the
I have a
raft?
plan for how to sell the ship. You may not like it.
Go on.
It is more valuable not as a ship.
Again, go on.
It is made
He's
out
got a
of
point.
wood from a tree that no one knows exists. This is literally the only source of this type of wood that could be found pretty much anywhere.
So you wish to sell it to a carpenter?
Yeah. Furniture maker. Sell it on. Any trader there could pass it on.
How does the wood look, Ash, in terms of like its qualities?
I'm guessing not like ash.
Not like an ash tree. No. It has a more palm look to it, but it is quite rather than being a sturdy hardwood. It actually it is still quite strong, but it actually flakes off a little bit until smoothed back and sanded down. So it has kind of almost a papery husk to it, or covering to it, underneath the bark.
Could you say kind of almost like a gum tree? Like a ghost gum, like that kind of peeling bark?
Yeah, quite like a ghost gum.
That does seem quite unique.
For all those non-Australians, you'll have to go look it up.
And yeah, it is a more paler, whiter wood.
You may be correct. As we have no need for this boat, whatever can get us the best price is at your discretion. I hold no place in my heart for this conveyance.
That was assumed.
Good.
As you begin to close out your journey, you can see shore ahead of you. Where you are currently headed, you cannot see any signs of smoke on the horizon signifying a town. It is just sheer cliff face ahead of you with a small rocky beach just below it. So enough space to come ashore, and then you'd have to find your way up the cliffside. Or otherwise you could make your way south or north along the shore to try and find a village, but cannot see one in the distance, so it could be another day's or half a day's journey potentially.
Once we get, like, are we comfortable attempting that?
Well, it probably would be better to land at a village somewhere.
Yes.
So
I would like to touch grass.
I'll move you over here, but that is an approximation of where you believe you are.
Hang on,
You're not
I need to
100%
catch
sure.
up.
Okay. So
Here?
That's an approximation of where you are.
if we're okay with trying that, then shall we attempt to go north for a day?
I mean, Pilvin, do you know where there would be a village along this stretch?
Without my maps, I cannot be 100% certain where we are, but if
would this
there
help?
is a bay to the north, then there is a village within.
I produce my map, which has been a bit cobbled together, but I got a lot of information from Pilvin's maps, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
When I first saw them, I asked to make copies, so I'll see if that helps to jog his memory.
He looks at you quite happily, actually, and pulls the map, with your permission, pulls the map away and puts it down. And then from one of his pockets, he actually pulls out a small sextant. Looking up into the sky, I might be able to chart our location. Be difficult, but we'll see how we go. But he is going to attempt to do so.
Go Pilvin.
Heck yeah.
Unfortunately, my first roll was a 1, but he does have advantage on it. So,
Hence a 2.
no, a 19 in total.
Yeah, Pilvin.
Does
He
Pilvin
spends-
get access to your halfling? Mr. Samantha? Miss Samantha?
So what?
Does Pilvin get access to your halfling? Does he
Re-roll
roll?
the
I'll just
one.
give him a look and be like, I can't look him directly in the eye, and I'm just kind of like, yeah.
So no then?
For the pocket, ping. Yeah, if that's allowed, I'll do it. But it's just like just
Okay.
because of the pocket situation.
In that case, it's a 26. So significantly
Oh,
better.
man.
So he spends about half an hour making sure, going over his calculations before going, yes, I believe half the day's journey to the north, we should see, well, a few hours to the north, we should see an inlet, and in there, about half a day should take us to a village. Should bring us fairly close to your outpost as well.
Is that the
Oh.
outpost there?
Yes.
The little blue mark, yeah.
Just checking.
Well, then I guess that'd be the best course.
I
Very well then.
can, for the next day, I can attempt something. Might be a bit of convoluted.
That response was quite convoluted.
No,
I can
it's
attempt
because
something.
I've got beast sense. I can take beast sense and I can take talk with animals. So if I can try and get if there is a bird nearby to come down and talk with it and basically make friendly with me, I can then switch over and use beast. Because the only thing about beast sense is it doesn't state a distance.
Then there probably isn't one.
So I have to touch the willing beast. Obviously, they have to be near me. And for the duration of the spell, I can use my action to see through the beast's eyes and hear what it hears. And I can do so until I use my action to return to my normal sense. But there's nothing on there that says anything like within 100 feet or anything like. I don't know how you want to play it.
It's limited by the duration.
Yeah.
So and the fact that you require a willing beast.
It's a willing beast.
I would offer Wisteria, but technically because she's a familiar, she is Fey, as opposed to a beast.
Yeah, it's just if we got like a bit closer to an area and to have a look out, I could ask the bird very nicely to do a thing. If it then veers off what I've asked it to do, that's its choice.
You could also make it even more complex and prepare animal friendship.
Oh, that is animal friendship.
A charm person for animals.
It is, yeah, but that is not a concentration spell. So yeah, actually yes. So the next day I will choose to do that, and that spell lasts for 24 hours.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
So it's a very good combination of things. It's very convoluted.
On the note of experimenting with things, Storm will spend every day after her initial compass discovery proceeding to do exactly the same thing again and again.
Until she acknowledges the fact that it is definitely only once a day.
Yes,
she can
until
do so.
she figures it out, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. You head north and before long see the inlet that Pilvin spoke of. Turning easterly, you make your way into a cove of sorts. It's still several more hours before the village comes into view, and you are able to see a small, rickety port on the outskirts of the village. But it seems that a lot of the vessels here are small fishing boats and just simply dragged up onto shore when not in use and pinned off there. You can definitely see as you make your approach that a few of the villagers that are out on the shore or out in their boats at the moment fishing, stopping and staring at such a strange vessel making its way into the cove. Definitely not something they've seen before. As you slowly... Are you heading towards the pier or just going to go straight onto the shoreline?
feel like
where are we going,
the-
guys?
It seems polite to go to the pier.
Yeah, and more dignified as well.
Oh, Kovac,
Yes.
do you want to make an impression?
My plan was to step off the boat and say to the first person, Xel'nari agents, please bring me somebody wealthy.
Oh my good lord, that is definitely an impression.
Yes.
I don't.
That is a
know-
plan
I
by
don't
the
know if that's-
broadest technicalities.
Storm
don't know if that's
actually
the
puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, Kovic, do you actually think about what you're doing before you do it sometimes?
Oh, the irony there is immense.
Because I feel like you are really intelligent, but sometimes you're not very good at understanding or predicting the circumstances in which people will react.
It seems like a perfectly straightforward and efficient way to engage in conversation. I am establishing my authority and my needs.
And you're going to make them feel little in the process. That's not how you make friends.
Well,
Or allies.
well, small people can't afford this boat, so
But
How
but
about
also
we
then it makes
play...
it sound like that you're too good for them, and the people will be hostile and less likely to help, and also may wish to upcharge. I think is the term used.
We need to be hospitable first if we want them to be hospitable to us in return.
so this is why Mug should do the talking.
That's
Yes.
probably
And this
wise.
is why Kovac should fly myself and her in ahead of the ship so we can tell everyone what's happening.
Yes, that will happen. Okay. As we get to
What time of day was it again?
At this point of time, you would be coming in to shore close to midday, a little bit after.
Okay.
Excuse me.
once I can clearly tell whether or not there's like people on the docks.
I'll be able
I-
to let you know with the animal thing situation if you want.
Oh yes. How
I
large?
said I'd do it.
How large is this settlement, Sam?
How large is the settlement? I'm assuming I've been able to do what I described, which is
Yeah, the settlement itself is made up of about a dozen houses. There does seem to be a larger main hall of sorts. It doesn't necessarily look to be a tavern, but it could potentially be one. But it also seems to be shared as a storehouse of sorts attached to it. So not a very big village at all.
I
Seems
just
to be
say-
just a fishing village.
yeah. I'm assuming they're like normal, like human-sized, so to speak, like for normal thing. It's I mean, in my eyes, it's a pretty big village. It's pretty big. Yeah. Your standards, it's average.
Are there any stables?
Didn't see any. Looks like. Oh wait, no, I can't hear what you're doing. You have to talk to me directly into my head because I can't hear. I'm deaf and blinded while I'm doing the animal thing. So I have to have Mug relaying in my brain, and then
Oh,
just-
so I'd have to telepathy to you. I can't hear your thoughts, so you'd have to broadcast them telepathy back to me.
oh, I can
He
talk.
can just talk
Oh,
out
yes,
loud,
oh, yes,
so
yes,
she
yeah.
can talk
It's
out
that
loud.
whole thing. It's going to be that whole thing of like I don't realize how loud I'm actually being. It's like yeah, there's like a pretty big place. There's like a tavern, maybe, houses, not many, like I don't know, dozen or so. There's a dock, mediocre
Are there
fishing
any
village.
ships there?
The only vessels here are small fishing vessels.
Small fishing vessels, so we'll probably look right at home.
Mug is entirely not saying this, but if anything was to happen to one of those fishing ships, the price would go up.
Oh my good lord. Why?
I'm confused.
It's like, oh dear, your ship just sank in the dock. Would you like to buy a new one?
Oh.
I
Oh.
will.
Looking at the state of the village, you'd be able to see the village as well from here as well. Like it's not hidden away as you approach. It's quite run down. It seems to be making enough to keep itself afloat, but you don't really see like any signs of growth upon the city or anything like the village or anything like that. It looks quite old. None of the buildings look new or rebuilt. They're quite worn down, so it doesn't look like it's a village that has a lot of money to it.
Are there any trees nearby?
Yes.
Okay. I will tap Mug on the shoulder, and I will cast Fly on us both.
Mhm.
And I'll just say, well, then let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll take to the skies.
Take to the skies.
So just,
And
and Storm's just like,
It's
let
all
me
weird.
out! I wanted to go.
And again, a Kovac flies like Magneto, so she continues to stand upright, but just goes. vroom.
Whereas Mug will say race you, and then immediately do a double move, so that he'll stay like a full round ahead of you. And because it's the spell, we can't alter the speed, so he wins the race.
I could be. I could mess with you if I was feeling wasteful, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
stop concentration.
Go back. Yeah, stop concentration. Just cast it on yourself.
Yes, so
Or just recast Fly on yourself. 3.
Yeah. That's fine. I'll allow him to be my herald, and I'll arrive a turn earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You will allow him.
It's fine.
How gracious of you.
To deign to do so.
Yes, you fly ahead, again, drawing all kinds of attention from this crowd who has probably not really seen much magic. It's a small pocket village out of the way. They've probably seen like a knight or a soldier come through before, maybe a like small scale wizard or sorcerer peddling their trade for coin, or a bard, but nothing of people seemingly flying across the air. You see one man upon his fishing ship, his fishing rod in hands just suddenly yanked out of his hands as he's not paid attention, and a fish has taken it off with it. And then sudden and he falls over into the water in surprise. You definitely get a few stairs as you make your way over to the pier, touching down with two older gentlemen in warmer clothes, currently tying off their boat. It seems they've come in from their morning fish. They have 3 small buckets of fish. And they are both just staring at you, rope still in hand, half doing the job. They are not the first to speak.
So do the nice sort of what, unlike Kovac doing the standing flying with wind resistance, Mug was kind of doing more the head first. Again, kind of like the swimming thing that Storm was talking about, where it's just like, no, going forward, and then we'll overshoot the target slightly, sort of awkwardly get vertical again, and then just slowly come back and land.
See, mine's more dignified.
Dignity is for people who weren't seen by 1,000 people crawling naked across a chain.
I forgot that was part of your backstory.
I have so many questions right now.
And so, no, we're not getting answers. That's the other thing.
Well,
until we reach
it only specifically became part of the backstory an hour ago.
Well, I
The general
remember you.
premise, yeah.
Yes, that you had done
Stupid
questionable things in Tanzanite. Alright. Yeah, so you land in front of these two gentlemen who are both just staring at you, kind of expecting you to say something.
It is great to visit your lovely, humble village. We are travelers seeking some assistance. Is there someone that we could speak to?
They kind of look to each other and look back to you. What assistance does someone who can fly through the skies require from us?
They're very simple people.
Wow. That is a long and involved tale that we shall get to in good time.
What a good-looking question.
Perhaps some horses. We have too many in our party for all of us to fly. It is a very taxing magic.
Horses? No horses here. The trade caravans are not due for at least another week. You notice that the younger looking of the two gentlemen, probably only by about 5 years, both look to be in around about their 60s, kind of nudges the other one and kind of mutters under his breath something to him. You can roll a perception if you wish.
Yep.
Yes, please.
14.
Also 14.
That's enough. He goes, Half-orc, you reckon from the western continent? Could be an advanced party.
I'm standing right behind you.
Oh, am I still looking like this? Oh, sorry. It's a little thing that I do. Don't worry about it. It's a little joke I play on my friend here. Cast change self to look human.
At this, they both like jump back.
Just myself.
What? Are you human or orc or what are you? What the devils are you?
I am Mug.
Strategically doesn't answer the question.
I mean, he does answer the question.
He's answered the question. They both look to each other again, confused, and
before they have a time to collect their thoughts, he goes, "It is a little bit windy out here. Perhaps we could go to one of the buildings. Something nice and warm, some food, some drink. We'll tell you the tales. We'll get this all sorted out." Excellent. Great plan. Let's go.
And as you start walking past them, they kind of look back over their shoulder at your raft slowly drifting into shore, with Pilvin standing at the ready, professional in his garb, but just a little bit torn and worn over time, although it's a bit mended now. Ready with the ropes to
like, hi, it's
throw in.
Daryl Wilson here.
And, yeah, we're a ragtag bunch, that's for sure.
As Pilvin steps onto shore, he greets the two gentlemen in a manner befitting that of the fishing village.
Damn it, Zoe.
I was thinking it.
I mean, yeah, everyone was thinking it.
We love it. We love to see it.
Yes, you turn around and your raft is sinking. No. He ties it off, and the two gentlemen follow you back, but with Pilvin. He is clearly either traded with this village before or is known to the village, and so they trust him. They are not very trusting of this Mug who flies through the sky and looks like an half-orc, but suddenly now looks like a human. Yes, they are clearly not familiar with magic.
So they've seen like Mug arrive first. He's put on the magical display. They might be thinking that Mug did the flying magic. And if they know Pilvin, would they know whether the Dalkin? May I make an insight check to see what their initial read is on me?
Yes. Go for it.
Oh.
You're
They
the
read
man
on
Natural 20 for a 25.
It's not really until Pilvin comes onto the dock that they really seem to acknowledge you as someone who they could talk with or trust. At first, you seem odd and strange as well with this flying man as you just flew in behind him. And you imagine they probably haven't seen Videlkin all that often. Even as a naval officer, Pilvin is kind of an oddity rather than part of the norm. But now seeing him come on shore, they imagine that you're probably just part of his crew that he sent forward.
What do they think of Storm?
They are not paying attention to you. They are talking to Pilvin and coming inside away from these strange people as quickly as possible. They have hefted up their baskets of fish and are making their way inside. As for the rest of the crowd, they are all staring. It is something strange and unusual. As well as, a Goliath and 2 halflings and another half-orc who still looks like a half-orc because he is a half-orc. Can't change that.
I mean, most people haven't seen...
No. Yeah, you are an odd ragtag bunch.
Yeah,
you imagine that they probably don't see all that many non-humans around here.
None of us are human.
Hey, between me and Thog, we have a full human and a full orc.
And I am neither of those things.
Pilvin walks with you towards the main building, which upon stepping inside, there is a fireplace going, as well as 2 long benches to sit at, with a number of stools scattered about. It seems to be a communal area. It doesn't necessarily seem to be that like one person runs this place or anything. It just seems to be a place that people can come to eat. It looks like there's some tables off to one side where preparing of fish is done, and there is definitely a fishy smell to the entire village, and especially this area where the fish are prepared to be put out into trade. Several crates of salts are off to one side.
While we're walking through the village, I'll get down a bit lower next to Sam and say to her, apparently no horses. Do you see any signs of mules, oxen, any kind of pulling beast of burden around here? Because I do not.
Are you talking to me in my head?
I'm whispering down to you.
I haven't recalled the vision thing.
How are you navigating? You step.
Am I navigating the ship?
No, the ship is tied off.
You stepped off the boat onto a dock.
No.
Oh, did I? Oh, I thought.
I was going to say, carry by
I'm slowly catching up to where we are.
One of us would have carried him or her, or guided her.
Yeah, Sam would have also, made sure that his sister was not left behind.
Yeah. It's the whole thing of like, do I still need to look through the eyes of the bird?
No.
You get like a tap on your
once
shoulder.
on my collar for yes, twice for no.
Storm proceeds to give you a wet willy.
I don't like. Okay, no. Then I'm immediately shocked out of it. That's like the audacity. Truth be told, I need to make myself open for that one. So yeah, no, good one. This one.
Storm's like, sorry. Oh, okay. And then
Yeah.
Mug was gone. I didn't know what else to do to get you out of there.
Yeah, it's respect. That's cool. I already told you there are no. Sorry, what did you say, Kovac? Or whoever was. Sorry, I just realized that.
It was me.
What?
You didn't see any stables.
No, I told you that.
The person on the dock said there weren't any horses. Did you see any signs of mule, ox, any beast of burden that could
Maybe
pull?
a goat, but I don't. Or maybe it was a sheep. I don't know. I wasn't really looking for that. I don't think so. No, it's a fishing town. They don't really need, to my knowledge. Please let me know if I'm adding information that I shouldn't be. DM, but it's no. They don't really use oxen to ferry fish to and fro. People tend to bring caravans into these places to collect or sell, and then they go off again. So this place wouldn't have anything outside of maybe a cow for milk or a goat, probably more a goat, for that kind of stuff. Or no, so no. Short answer, no.
Well, then I guess we're walking.
Is there anything you need to be carried on horseback?
There's that big chunk of Oris. Wait, how big was that? Like,
Not
that
particularly
big?
big, no.
Was it Thalai capable of carrying?
Yes, definitely.
Then it's yeah.
I mean, you could
Well, it's not that big. It's
also.
just 3 ingots worth. Or are you talking about the Aram
Armbarium, yes. Yes.
Barium, which is
Armbarium.
inside the bag of holding?
Yes.
we're good.
Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, cool. We can walk.
You could also, make that disc thing you used to be able to make to carry any of the things.
Yes, indeed.
Storm perks up. Oh, I can also hold extra things too.
Well, if you plan to make your way out today, then this is where I will be saying goodbye for now. Pilgrim looks to you, but Paul. I will be staying back here for the moment until the next mercantile caravan and make my way up north. Or if another vessel was to make port.
Have you sufficient funds to support your presence here until said time?
I can arrange stuff.
Excellent. Apologies for being involved in the destruction of your vessel. Your presence has been greatly appreciated, and I hope to see you again in Tanzanite.
It has been an interesting journey, that is for sure. I wish you a safe journey. A fast one, hopefully.
We'll do our best.
As you go to make your way out, you notice that Fog is not following. He is standing, kind of looking
Oh?
at the ground a bit, kind of tapping his feet on the ground.
Storm would definitely go and check on him. She'd wander over to him and give him like a hip bump. What is wrong?
He kind of looks up oh yeah. I think it is also time for me to part ways.
Oh,
For now, at least. I've been thinking about it a lot on the boat, and though I don't look it, I am quite old, and I have journeyed far and seen new lands, and I think it is time for me to put up my adventuring gloves, so to speak.
Can we have them? Just walks away.
Thug, why did you not say so earlier? You could have stayed on the island with my people.
Oh, no. I will head north to Tanzanite. I will see you there, most likely, but...
Okay, but if you ever need me, you can always write a letter to Xel'nari and I'll figure it out.
I can pay someone to write a letter for me, yes.
You can pay someone to write a letter for you, exactly.
Yes, but...
Do you need some coin?
and he's going to actually turn to Thalai and Mug. And as he's walking towards them, kind of look back at the Storm and go, I would have liked to have given these to you, but I feel that they may be a bit large for your hands. And he will pull off his gauntlets and offer them over to Thalai and
Sam!
to whichever one. You are nowhere near large enough to wear them.
Magical items will shrink. It's fine.
Ironically, it'd make Thalai weaker, wouldn't it?
No, because it would be would match my strength. Gives
You
you strength
assume you
19.
know what this is.
Oh, okay.
This is true. This is
Yeah.
true. This is
Fidget.
true. We've never,
What do you think
We've
you're
never
doing?
identified
I was
them
gonna
or
say, at
anything.
no point did I confirm that this is Gauntlets of Ogre Strength.
Yep, true.
Is this what
I
you
just
want?
assumed they were.
Is this what you want? You want this little piece of wrapper? Is this what you're after?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff, Mama.
He will look to Thalai and go,
Yes,
you can
this is
spend a
exactly
bit
what
of
she
time with
wanted.
this thing and they'll treat you well. They've always been good to me. You just got to know how to treat them right.
Do they talk
Just,
to him? Oh god, I'm so concerned right now.
He leans into you a little bit and kind of he thinks that it's quiet enough that it's only for you to hear, but like Mug is close enough that he can definitely hear it, and Storm's close enough that he can hear it. He goes, just don't burn yourself, Dave. I did it once by accident. It's not pleasant.
What did he say? Don't.
Burn yourself. Okay, well, that's hers now.
Right. Are you sure? You don't.
No, I have been on the road since I was a wee little lad, and I've seen some stuff, and I think it's my time to pack it up as it is.
Well,
it's been a very wild couple of months with you lot. I've done more in the last few months than I've done in the last several years, and I've realized that I'm slowing down a bit. Can't keep up with you lot anymore.
Storm reaches into her. Oh god, is my money still? It's still at the bottom of my bag. Okay, it's not in a coin pouch. She reaches into the bottom of my bag, scrounges up as much coin as she can like muster. Oh, you brought it back to me. Do you want to play still? And she will just hand it to him.
Oh no! You need that.
No, I don't. What am I gonna do with this? You need it to settle down. Isn't that what you're going to do?
I've got a little bit of money set aside for me. Don't worry. As an adventurer, you gotta think smart.
Don't forget to get your back pay from the Xel'nari.
Back pay.
Well, you've been traveling with us.
Take your
And they
contract
didn't-
to the base in Xel'nari. In
Wait,
Tanzanite.
did Thog have a contract? I thought it was only Mug that got a contract.
No, because Storm signed on to be.
Yeah.
He's like signed on as like a mercenary for a couple of gold a week
And he
or
was
whatever.
my responsibility.
Yeah.
Not my half orc, not my problem.
You never really explained to him. He just thought he was along for the ride.
Sorry, no, he's a full orc, isn't he? He's not a half orc.
No.
Wasn't
No,
wasn't
no, he's
Thog
a
a
half orc.
half? Oh, he's a half. Okay.
So it is
He
Storm's job to
he
pay him
looks more on the orcish side, but he is a half orc.
Well, Storm will happily pay him whatever he's owed.
He will sheepishly reach into his pouch and pull out a firework and offer it to Storm. And go, I kept one of the little boomstickies for you.
Storm
thought you'd
gives
like
him the biggest hug you can imagine. Like, she just launches herself at him.
And the rest of us just go, oh no.
One might even call it a glomp.
Yes,
A
it is
glob?
entirely a glomp.
No! We do not revert back to those evil ways.
To the dark times.
The dark time. Baby.
Meowser.
She's like, ew, don't put the camera in my face. She's like, I know what you're doing. Yeah, she's gonna give him a big, big hug, and then she's gonna take it and very carefully down the bra of holding.
He will reciprocate with the hug, probably squeezing you half to death in the meantime. And go, I'm gonna miss you.
I'm going
It's
to miss
been
you too.
a wild adventure. but I was already thinking of retiring after the last job, and well, we saw how that went, didn't we? But if you ever find that Fimble bugger, you fucking kill him. Rip his fucking head off for me.
I'll leave that to one of the others, but I will definitely give him hell and I'll make sure he knows it's from you.
Yeah, shove that fire stick up his ass, eh?
I'll save it just for him.
Yeah. Fantastic. As for you lot, it's been a strange and wild adventurer, but I will be saying my goodbyes now.
I still have
I
Bruno.
will.
Sorry.
I'll be up in Tanzanite, so I'll probably see you there. Look for a tavern. You'll find me. Shouldn't be that hard.
The Black Cauldron, perhaps?
All right. Well, I'll go to that one if you recommend it. Sounds
Wait,
good.
wait, no! Didn't Mug say not to go there? Well, they do have really strong drinks, though? Question mark.
Strong rays. Well, if they've got good drinks, I'm there.
No, he said they weren't good, just
Good.
strong. I don't know what that
Is
means.
it good or strong? Is it bad? Is it what? What's going on? You're confusing me now.
It is a
don't know.
once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Well then, I mean, before I finally put up the mitts fully, then gotta go there then.
Oh, there it is.
As an aside, the limerick I came up with earlier was actually a legit one I made. This time I asked ChatGPT to make a limerick
no.
about Thog. There once was a half-orc fighter named Thog, whose strength in battle was quite the blog. He wielded his axe and delivered the smacks. All foes who crossed him were left in a fog.
Okay,
I like it.
thank
Except
you.
he uses
I
a
know
great
it.
sword.
And
Wow,
fists.
that's pretty.
So the gauntlets that he hands over to you are the gauntlets of Flaming Fury.
What is that?
Damn.
While you wear both the steel gauntlets, any non-magical weapon you grasp with either gauntlet is treated as if it was a magical weapon. As a bonus action, you can cause the gauntlets to cause magical flames to envelop 1 or 2 melee weapons in your grasp. Each flaming weapon deals an extra 1d6 fire damage on hit. The flames last until you sheath or let go of either weapon. Once used, the property can't be used again until the next dawn.
That's real good!
I want a present now.
I'm assuming
Well-
attunement is required.
Yes, it is a required.
Oddy, you got a present a couple of sessions ago. You got your sibling back, and now you got to put up with that shit.
Yay.
No refunds.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Although I think you've
It's a
given
little-
Sam more shit than he's given you.
I do
Oh
have a quick
yeah,
question.
hands down.
Yes.
Um,
I have a quick answer.
Did I leave the sending stone? I feel like I gave the sending stone away
Yes, you did.
to Subtle.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Barda has the other one still.
Barda has the other one.
Because Barda will be getting off the island at some point.
Yes.
And
We'll be
Subtle
going
staying?
back to the Xel'nari
Yeah.
to see what the hell is going on.
Subtle is
Yeah.
our foreign-trained puppet dictator. I mean, he's a well-respected member of the community.
He is a well-respected member of the community. Storm, on the other hand, less so.
Storm was a deviant that suddenly gained a position of authority.
No, Storm is a story that people in her village will use to scare their children in the next generation.
Wow! She's a
He
force
ain't
to be
wrong.
reckoned with, and she's only going to
Yeah.
get worse. Because-
Literally a force of nature.
Yeah, literally about to become even worse because she now has the power of a genie.
No true genie, thankfully, because fuck that.
No, he's a djinn.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't have the actual powers of a genie to cast
Oh no, just
No,
the borrowed
she
power.
does not have the full power. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Imagine if she had the power of the wish spell. Just
We'd
like,
all be
okay,
dead.
what do you want? I want to be richer in life. Okay, have all the delicious foods, very rich in vitamins and flavor.
You wish to be richer? Here is all of the milk and fish you could ever dream of. There you go.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
wish I was
very
level 20
tolerant.
and you go to the top of a building.
Alright.
Ash, you have forbidden me from taking True Polymorph. You haven't forbidden me from learning Wish.
Like this. Do you not think this party will
I
self-destruct before we get to
He
that
will
level?
kill us off before we get to
I was
that
gonna say,
point.
We will.
I will monkey paw the shit out of it.
You're so careful with the wording on these
Yeah.
I know.
spells.
I
Mhm.
know. I know.
I look forward to the 7,000 word thesis on what your wish is.
But look,
I can
guys,
be so
it's
specific.
fine, it's fine. I just wish the great big demon never existed in the first place. I'm sure that won't have consequences that will.
Which great big demon? There are many
Yeah,
of
which
them.
great big demon?
I just don't remember the name off the top of my head right now, but the one
The
that's
most inconsequential
Yeah.
one.
They don't exist. You go back in time and do the exact things that they did, and now you become the great big demon, and we have to hunt and kill you.
yes.
I repeat, I will monkey paw the shit out of this.
Oh no, it's easy. Just the Xel'nari never gained recognition.
Also,
the entire
not to
world
put a
was.
not to put a dampener on things, but if Kovek's previous contract writing abilities are anything to go by, don't cast Wish.
Or run it past Mug first.
No, I cast Wish, and then it's I wish the Wish spell never existed.
That's a paradox. Also, Kovek has 20 intelligence. Zoe doesn't. I'm allowed to make mistakes.
Oh no, yeah, that's the
Yes.
only downside of playing characters like high wisdom, high intelligence, and there's me trying to work out where do beans come from. The character, as I say in Critical Role, like the character is very intelligent. I am a donut.
I am a donut.
We're all donuts. I'm
Yeah,
good
like
with
human
raspberry
donuts.
jam.
No, I
And
just want to
slightly
be.
glazed.
I'm simple. I'm simple with. I'd say
Hey,
the
chat.
classic. Eh?
We should actually put this out as like at the end
yeah.
of a game or something for all the chat to say, "Hey chat, put into the Discord what donut do you think each character is?
Oh,
What type of
Ooh.
donut? Go for it."
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm seeing Thalai as a bear claw. I'm assuming it
I've
counts as
seen Mug as a
donut.
golden gay time.
I don't know what a golden gay time is. Weirdly enough.
Oh, donut. Okay.
Honestly, I
it's
don't
a-
think it.
It's a very Aussie treat.
Yeah,
Okay, I was gonna
but-
say.
But everyone who is not
It's also
Australian.
not a donut traditionally.
It's
No,
not.
but
It's an
th-
ice
there's-
cream.
They do
Yeah.
toppings of it.
I wonder if Sam is like, you bite into it thinking you're gonna get custard, but you get mustard. Bacon I'm a bacon donut. I don't know if that exists.
Ah.
I'm assuming probably does somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, chat. Have fun with that.
Alright,
Apparently, Sam is not a donut. He's a bagel. She's a bagel. Sorry.
Makes sense.
Am I a thin sliced bagel, only half the size?
Or you're just like full of cream cheese.
Cream cheese and salmon, like.
I invite people in chat to look up a small business called Shortstop. They make
Shortstop.
incredibly beautiful niche donuts.
Just
It was
link
just
it
down
in
the
the
road from
chat.
Game Lab.
You can link it in chat.
In Twitch chat, I can do that.
Oh, they
What's
look
up, Cosmic
nice.
Donuts?
Anyway,
Returning
Going
back
back.
to the reason why we're streaming.
the usual programming.
Yes. So you head out, I assume, after this, after speaking with Mug. Thug. Not Mug. Mug is not staying behind.
Whoa.
Storm is going to.
I might be doing this slightly to make this easier in my brain.
Storm
We're
is going
leaving.
to insist upon finding somewhere that sells alcohol, buying the best one she can find, and then leaving it as a departing gift for Thug.
You'll probably have to wait till meeting up with him again in Tanzanite.
They don't have anything here.
They have their own personal stores, but no, there's no shop or anything here.
Yep.
I
She
am
will harass
suspicious
someone until
about-
she finds something and buy it off them.
Is anyone willing to offer us anything for the boat?
No, no one here wants the boat. They can't afford the boat.
Just leave
Well,
it here
it's
with
staying
Pilgrim.
here, so too bad.
Tell you
Pilgrim says
what,
that he will attempt to
could-
sell it when a merchant comes through the area.
Perfect.
So we could do a deal with them, like they can use it, and but then like a small price of their proceeds gets moved towards the Xel'nari.
They have to donate their next born child in 15
Fucking
years.
Rumpelstiltskin.
The strongest child of them all must be sent towards the Xel'nari.
I feel like there's a bit of criticism here, folks. A little bit of criticism.
just because we gave them a boat,
Demand the
Civilization.
firstborns! Demand the firstborns!
the civilization becomes forever
we-
indebted
can
to us
we-
because
can
we gave them a
we-
boat one time.
Yeah, can we like
Probably not.
err on the side of maybe not such
It was just an on the thing, but
Barbarism?
then remembering where we are, it's like yeah, either give it to them, see if they can sell it. Even maybe actually, truth be told, we probably owe it to the captain that he can sell it and use it to buy himself a new boat
Yeah, we ruined his old
or
ship.
something. And he hasn't got his first mate anymore.
I feel like Pip's just gone back to the Feywild, personally.
I'm still not. I'm Feywild, Shadowfell, hell, I don't know where she came from, but
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Anyway,
where she...
We are
That's
walking.
her real name, Cotton Eye Joe.
we are walking.
Yes, you are walking.
Mhm.
We are walking.
It is a 4-day journey.
Storm
It
is
is-
moping the entire way.
It is along mostly a path. There is a main trade route that you walk along for a good portion of the journey before breaking away towards the foothill of the mountain. Thalai is fairly familiar with where the camp is. He's probably been there more than once, probably 2 or 3 times to do trade with them at times as well, from back when he was living in the village. So he knows where it's nestled away in a corner of the foothills.
Hey, pigeon.
As you make your way closer and closer to the hills, the temperature is already beginning to drop, despite the fact that you are now on the verge of the end of spring, coming close towards summer. The hill itself is covered in snow still, and you're starting to feel that chilly wind coming off it. Thalai strips down to just a shirt and pants, or the shirt goes off as well.
No, I'm wearing armor. It's dangerous.
T-shirt weather.
It's dangerous.
Oh, a t-shirt weather.
You make your way around the bend to see some of the palisades of the outpost. The first thing you notice is that a large portion of the palisade wall is collapsed in. As you make your way up as well, you notice that the 2 overlooks of the pass are unmanned. There's no one there currently. Finding that odd.
This is very suspicious.
When we observe this, can Storm start? Can I do a perception check to see if I notice anything out of place, like signs of maybe a scuffle or signs of any life at all? Like, has anyone been here recently? Things like that.
I will continue describing,
Oh,
see.
okay. My bad. I will be quiet.
and then you can make a roll if you feel it is still necessary after I've
Okay.
described it.
Okay.
As you walk into the entrance of the camp, you see that the tents lay torn and ragged. They look like they've been destroyed for at least some time. Not quite sure how long. the fire pits are almost entirely covered over with snow, and the crates look like they have been ransacked and raided. Oddly enough, you see no signs of bodies or armor or weapons or tools or any sign that this camp was ever lived in other than the tents and leftover barrels and crates. And I'll drag you over to the scene.
It's a map, it's a map.
As you approach and make your way into the entrance.
Are you able to make the background a darker color again? Is that alright?
For mine, it already is. So
This looks
right,
snowy. Last time we had snow, we had wolves.
Last time we had snow, we had trouble.
We had to jump
Demon
off a
wolves.
mountain.
Take two?
No, it's still light on mine.
can't help you there. I have changed the color again as well. So
Is
you
it
find the
maybe a
place
layering thing?
complete.
Anyway.
You find the place completely devoid of all life. You cannot even hear the sounds of birds chirping in the air. And I'm going to stop this music because you're not near the water anymore.
I was gonna say, like, can we change music? This
Yes.
music isn't appropriate.
Oh, I couldn't even hear the music.
If you had it turned off again.
Again, what do you mean? I never have it turned off. I just have it incredibly low.
Basically.
Is there some sort of check we could do to try and determine how the tents have been abandoned? Like how
Yeah.
where this kind of happened?
Yeah, you can make a check.
Uh,
You can do an investigation. Or a survival.
I will do a survival if that's okay.
Can
I-
Oh, sorry.
And I will do a general investigation, just looking around trying to find.
Kovac goes into
Evidence.
full CSI Xel'nari
I-
mode.
Do a perception check to see if I can observe anyone that might be looking in on us.
Yes, definitely.
That is a 16 on survival.
And I rolled a 15 investigation.
As your tribe lives in tents and other small structures that can be moved around quite easily, you're familiar with the looks of wear and tear on them. It looks like this place has probably been abandoned for a couple of months now, possibly longer.
25.
You have a look around. You actually find it more eerie by the fact that you find absolutely nothing. There's not a bird in the trees. The entire place seems devoid of life. There's nothing watching you at all.
Okay. She's on high alert.
As for your investigation, you start going through the tents a little bit and the rubble and the leftovers, and it looks like someone has come through here at some point and broken open crates and taken resources from within, but it doesn't look like there's been any kind of scuffle or fight here. It could have been entirely just abandoned, as far as you could tell, but for some reason they've left behind resources.
This tent over here appears to be like the largest one and would probably be used for more than just sleep.
Mhm.
Is there any sign of like documentation, any notes or anything in there that could help?
As you make your way into the tent, you recognize it as an operations tent, so it is a field tent that you would have definitely seen used by the Xel'nari before. There are several crates that have been ransacked and papers have been thrown across the floor, which have mostly been destroyed by the snow. What few ones you do see just seem to be general observations of the area and interactions with the tribe, but these ones are dated for several months ago. And nothing seems out of the ordinary. Looking through it, it just seems to be the usual note taking on what trade has happened, and people who have come and gone through the area.
I'll
What?
keep it. I'll keep it anyway.
What kind of supplies have been left behind?
It's hard for you to tell, as they have all been gone through, and anything that was in their crates has been taken.
Okay.
So someone has come through the area and picked it clean.
All right. Fair enough.
Does it at all look like when people there's like a scuffle here at all, fights broke out, things were burned down, or if it was more just people just set up and just left, and then other people have come along, found and dealt with?
It looks like it has just been emptied, left alone. But yeah, the oddity is that they left resource crates that have then, post that time, been taken.
Yeah. I'm going to cast elevated sight, so I get like a up tall, big scope, just in case it's one of those. And now we wait for find people situations. Never be too careful.
Yeah, you get your elevated sight, and you can see that with your extra vision that further out, you can see birds still flying through the air, and you make out, you think, an Arctic fox on the side of the mountain, but the area around the camp itself seems to just be devoid
Quite
of life.
clean. Okay, that's
Like
good.
things are avoiding it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I let obviously the others know that obviously yeah. So no animals here or away. Everything's avoiding this place.
Interesting.
Quite a one
I
up
can't.
there.
I was
I
just say,
can't. Sorry,
I was
you
going
want?
to ask Korvik, is there any magical presence around here?
Let's see. I cast detect magic.
No,
Nothing.
you don't sense any magic in the area.
Is it like a void of magic, or like
No different to if you were to cast it in a normal village or anything like that. There just is no magical items here or any presence of magic being used in the area.
In the 4 days we were traveling from the rundown village to here, did we pass through any other settlements?
No.
Okay.
You followed a trade route, but no, nothing along it.
Have we checked out inside the tents to see if any...
So far, just the main tent, the red one at the top.
I thought other people were going through tents. If Mug's gonna start going through tents,
Yeah.
Storm will start going through tents as well.
It, much like the main tent, it looks like someone has come through here before you and stripped anything of any value from the area.
Storm's not looking for anything of value. She's looking for anything of curiosity.
It looks like they possibly went through the same. If there was any interesting trinkets or anything, whoever has come through has stripped it.
So no journals or...
No, the only books you find are that in the
main tent.
The main tent. Yeah.
I'll walk out with them and just show you the kind of somewhat damaged notes and go, not much of anything, I'm afraid. Just normal logs.
What was the most recent log?
A few months ago.
And before that, how frequent were they?
From what you can see of what you've got, you've only got patchworks of what has managed to survive. It seems like they were infrequent. It was whatever interactions did happen. Most of it was trade from the village or trade from merchants coming through the area, and the occasional scout report. There is mention that they should have had sending stones because there is mention of using some. But with your detect magic up, you're not able to find any trace of them, so it's possible that they've been taken.
I do know that detect magic can be obscured by like sufficient quantity of matter. So I'll give the insider of the command tent a once over and just use prestidigitation to just radiate heat, melt any snow that's built up, and try and clear just to see if there was one that was buried.
Can you roll me a perception check?
Sure.
Ooh, in that case, I will help Kovac with that because I can also heat things up.
Excellent.
Hey.
I'll give you a help action then, so advantage.
Okay.
Did you? It probably makes more sense for me to do my own perception check because I have a +10 to perception
Okay.
instead of having
my
advantage. I can just
okay.
look as well.
Yes. My first roll was 16.
If that is okay by Ash.
Yeah. Yeah, you could choose it to go the other way, and Kovac is giving you the help action.
Up to you.
I would be fine to help.
Alright, well that's 29.
29. Significantly
Yes.
better. As you pull away the snow, one thing you do notice that seems odd is there is a part of the ground here that had been covered over with snow as it's blown in over the months that this place has been abandoned. But the ground itself is sagged in a little bit. It looks to you almost as if something has tunneled.
Interesting. I'll use my telekinesis to wipe away any residual anything, and then I'll reach out with it and try and see if the things can find purchase.
What do you mean, sorry?
Okay, so wait, so it's sagged in. Is it sagged in like there is a?
Like the dirt's been compressed down.
Yeah, so it's kind of like
Oh,
sagged
okay.
into it, as if something has either come up or come down, and then once it's settled, it's kind of filled in the hole.
Interesting. So
Potentially
there's
something that's been
just a
buried?
bit- potentially.
Or the ground has been churned up by something.
Correct. That's the other thought.
Sam's,
Hmm?
how are you with soil?
One moment. As I check my character sheet.
Have you got?
I mean, it's Earth, right?
Yes.
Just hold my hand out and mold Earth. Just to shift things around a little bit. I don't have the big thing today. I don't have that, but I can do that. That's a constant.
As you shift the dirt around a little bit, you notice that it suddenly sags down quite a bit, like almost a foot. It drops in a bit, so it looks like there is some kind of hole beneath, and you've disturbed it enough that it's sunk in a bit more.
Okay. I'll take a look
Now what?
inside.
We are gonna be in so much trouble. Something's gonna pop
Is
out of the
anyone-
dirt.
Is anyone calling out about the holes?
So it's just going to be roll initiative, end of session.
I
It's
would
so
have.
gonna be that.
So
It's
if
so
Sam
gonna be that.
is still at the entrance, then Kovac will have called out, "We need you to move some dirt." So you would have heard that, thought I.
What have you found?
Mug would
There appears to be a small crevice.
Maybe a
I'll-
hole?
I'll pull out a lantern and go and light it and just have it float down into the hole just to provide light.
I'm now going to try and do a bit of recall. Is there a specific creature that infests the mountains that like to dig holes like this? That I can-
Roll me a history or survival.
I will choose survival.
Does Thalai know of a certain creature starting with R, I believe?
No, we don't want to talk about that.
No, I hope it's not that one.
Or-
This is
or
a
B?
23.
Oh, I'd like to see it.
Or
You
PW's the bad one.
you don't know of any creatures
So
that live
BD.
in the mountain that burrows. You know that there are some cave networks underneath the mountain that creatures will keep refuge in occasionally, but not ones that burrow through it, no.
So I float my lantern down into the hole just to see what's inside.
It's only sunken about a foot down. You'd have to
Oh.
actually dig further down.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
I thought it had sunken, revealed something. Sam, could you keep at it?
Just double checking how the spell works. If I have to
Um,
touch it. It's a range within 30
Samuel-
feet.
Samuel will
So-
come over and go, I got this, sis. Don't worry. I got this. I came prepared. Always prepared.
I'm sorry. Who was the one who did the whole animal thing and saw the place and was able to get the? You.
Just because you chose to do it doesn't mean I couldn't have done it. Just because you chose doesn't mean I
But
couldn't.
you didn't, did you?
Didn't think it was that useful.
Wow.
Now who's prepared for this? And at that, he puts his hands onto the ground, and it just suddenly sinks down, like just starts crumbling down. And there is a hole roughly a foot and a half wide, almost perfectly circular, that goes down, and it descends down into darkness. You can hear the sounds of echoing stone as the dirt beneath crumbles into what seems to be a cavern beneath. As it shifts about.
Can I do a perception check to just listen and see what we can hear?
That's what you hear, is the stone
there's-
crumbling to the ground.
But afterwards,
Yeah, go for it then.
as in, like, do we disturb any creatures of any kind, or is there any residual sounds afterwards? 28.
28. No, you don't hear anything else. After it all crumbles in, there is a few moments more as the dirt settles and dust settles, and then after that it is back to silence.
Let's take a look, shall we? I'm going to.
We're going down there?
Why? Yes. Why?
None of us are going down, but I wish to see. I'm going to slap the side of my spell book and conjure a spectral version of it in front of me, and command it to descend. I can see it and hear everything it sees and hears, and it has dark vision.
I want a pet spell book.
As it descends down, whilst it does have dark vision, there is basically no light coming in through the top of the hole to provide it much to see. You do get the rough size of a fairly small cave. It does seem to have a number of different pockets and stuff. You imagine that it covers a large area underground of this camp, but not much further than that. It does seem to disappear a little bit off to the north, that you imagine there might be more of it there, but you can't see into the darkness enough. The cave itself looks fairly uninteresting, except you can see it's hard to tell exactly what it is, but weird splotchy leathery like stuff around the ground. You can't tell because it is just grayscale exactly what it is.
Actually, if it helps at all, the spectral book also sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius.
Still going to be able to only see it in black and white.
Okay.
So you can see strange leathery-like substances around the room, the cave, I should say. But other than that, you do not see anything in the cave. And because it is getting close to midnight, we will call our session there, with you finding a cave beneath the camp.
What's in the cave? What are the leathery things?
Find out next time on Dragon Balls. These nuts. I need to stop.
Fucking hell.
Because I suddenly thought copyright, and then my brain dipped.
Alright,
We're back!
okay. Goddamn. Yep, it's been some time. It's been about a month, but we are finally
It's
back.
been.
So, thank you for joining us, everyone. I hope you had fun. I know I did. It's been good to get back into everything, and hear some of the thoughts of the characters going on in the background that we don't normally get to hear about. There's been a bit of high octane for a while, so it was good to have some
Yeah.
downtime.
Tholai Tholai is feeling his mortality. Kovac thinks she's a bad person.
Fog is
Monk's
retired.
being a therapist.
Storm is moping.
The best
And
kind
Sam
of therapist
exists.
is an unqualified amateur therapist
Yeah.
with a
Uh,
predisposition for overthrowing foreign governments.
Just like throwing that in there every now and then.
uh,
All right, so we need to find someone to raid. We will be back next week. Catch it. For more games, where we will continue on. We will find out what exactly is in the cave, if anything. Maybe it's just here to distract them.
maybe it's just
Gnomes. It's going to be more gnomes.
It's an army.
Last
of
time we went
gnomes.
to the cave system, we found gnomes.
Oh shit!
They are burrowers by nature.
Wow.
And they'll be back in bigger
please.
droves.
And hopefully next week as well, starting on Tuesday, we'll be back at Stars Without Number with the
Heck
lovely Zoe
yeah.
as our Space Master. We are planning to wreck Dotax Day.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna
There-
blow that motherfucker up.
There are many plans. I've said this before. There are many plans, and all of them could be genocide and are definitely war crimes. Let's see which one the party chooses to do.
Definitely war
We
crimes.
have some that are not war crimes.
Yes. The
It's just not the ones that we're currently going for.
Okay. So
Oh,
it's three options: genocide, war crimes, or really grisly self-sacrifice.
Yeah, it's probably going to be that one.
Hmm.
But yes, thank you for joining
I'm
us. Who are we raiding?
I'm pretty sure Catalina's put everything into motion that she wishes to accomplish. There's only one thing she wishes to accomplish before basically she's happy to sacrifice herself. So, you know, wouldn't be surprised.
Aw.
Cast Exposition is streaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who else
mean,
is streaming
Grace-
D&D?
Yeah.
Gray is
that is the only
streaming,
one
but
I've
he's no
got
longer
at the
doing
moment.
his
Streaming,
sub-
but it's-
Oh, actually,
He's doing it's a sleeping time currently, the active thing. So
he said BRB in an hour. About half an hour ago. That menace.
exactly.
Get out of here.
Because
you.
after a certain amount of hours, your stream will, I think, automatically end, or like it hex up. So he raided
Yeah.
someone and then started again. So he was awake just before, but now it is nap time for him, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well,
else?
Cast Exposition is playing Dungeons and
Cast
Dragons.
Exposition.
They're the only one on my list at the moment.
Well, let's
Yeah,
see who
well,
else is
I like them.
playing.
Mm-hmm.
Tags English.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, as much as we'd like to help people overseas and things like that, sometimes it's trouble understanding what's going on.
Or Twitch could just completely crash. Cool. Yeah.
Oh, Twitch could just completely crash. That's very
Oh.
that's very Twitch.
It's very
That's
on brand.
that's so Twitch.
I love it when tags are just not working at all.
Mm.
Good lord. Alright. Anyone find anyone? Or if there's any suggestions from chat too.
Any suggestions from chat? D&D people would be very good. I mean, I know someone who's not doing D&D, but they are doing like a charity stream for a dog charity in the UK, and they're currently drawing 250 Pokemon from memory.
Damn.
Wow.
It's not D&D at all. They are an English streamer as an option if we can't find anyone.
My problem is that I can find someone, but I can't actually listen to their streams because everything I hear, the stream hears. So you guys have to...
Link it to if you want to link it to me, I can have a look.
just click on the D&D tag and just go through a couple of them.
Okay.
And just make sure it's English. Just type in the tags English.
I found one that's been going for 41 hours.
41
Holy-
hours.
What?
Who is
Yeah.
that?
Dice Legends.
Is it a rerun or something?
Nope, it says they're live.
You've got D&D Live Presents. Dark Eden.
Yeah, live presents. It's been going for 3 hours.
Captain Robear, but is that a rerun?
Live presents
That's a
reminds me of when we
rerun.
first started off.
Yeah, it's
I'm just trying to find them myself. Dungeons and
It's-
Swades? Lol.
I think
That's
it's
also a rerun.
Swedes.
I was going to say Swedes, isn't it? That's the name of that one we're looking at.
there's
they are
one
also
I've...
Australian. They are also
Oh,
Australian.
that's good.
How long
it
have they
means
been
that
going for, though?
I was going to say, it means that they're probably going to finish up soon.
Yeah, they'll
They're
probably be
3
wrapping
hours.
up. They'll probably be
I've
wrapping soon.
found one called Fishy. It's their first one of a
It could still be good
collab.
to raid them, though. Send them some love, and they can send on the love
Yeah.
afterwards.
D&D Live Presents is in WA, so they're a couple of hours behind us, so they'll probably
Oh.
still go for a bit.
Yeah, probably another
Which one?
hour, maybe.
Which one?
D&D Live Presents, the one I sent you.
Where? Oh, I see.
Hmm.
Alright.
I reckon we raid them. I am
Alright,
making the
that's-
executive
Yeah.
decision. Also because they have an Alice in Wonderland thing on the back wall, so it's already cool.
Oh, yeah, okay, hands
Rude.
down, done, we're good.
How could we not? Okay, that it is then.
Mm.
Alright, well, you guys give them some love. Also, Kennel, rude, but also good joke.
There's a
I-
rum cake bear claw. Love it.
All right. Thank you all
Um,
for joining us.
Yeah.
Sorry, my attention
Yeah.
returned to the shoe website that I was sent by Alison. And,
Oh, I don't blame you. I spent hours on that website looking at shoes. Oh.
All right, let's say a
Do they
loving
sell
goodbye.
internationally?
We will
yes,
raid on it.
But
yes.
we can talk about that afterwards. You guys have a
Yeah,
great
okay.
night. We love you all very much. Thank you for hanging out for our session back after a month-long break. So thank you so much for everyone who
Yeah.
returned. And we'll catch you in the next stream, I guess. Yeah, that's it.
Bye.
Have a good one, y'all.
Bye.
We'll catch y'all on the flip side.
Ooh, these guys.